Hey, everybody, how's it going? Woo! Welcome to the stream, the Electron stream. And I am not down here. All this preparation, going to vote, setting up the stream, sending invites to people who may or may not show up. I could be the loneliest man out here with just you guys to keep me company. But we're gonna go through this tonight, and we're gonna watch some things and how it unfolds. And again, do it with the faith aspect to it, and see who's at least winning by the time I get tired enough to stop streaming. How's it going, everybody? My name's Stuart Davis. This is my channel, very abbreviated, Flawed Man of God. This channel is all about faith topics, faith discussions. We're in a current project that we've been in for a couple of years now, where we go through the Bible, reading it a couple of chapters at a time, and just responding to it, reacting to it, and dealing with dealing with our feelings and our faith and how it relates to what we read through. Tonight, we're going to take a little bit of break from that. It's election season. It's coming to an end. Ostensibly, theoretically, it comes to an end tonight and everything, but everybody's cast their votes. So it's something that it's something that is worth pausing and reflecting on and talking about, because who isn't talking about it? Not many. Not many of us aren't. So this will be a little bit of break. We could talk. We can much more off topic, much more much more joking around than we normally do, which is a lot of joking, actually. So. All right, Emmanuel Soria, some of y'all posted right after I sent this up. Can't wait. Whichever way it goes, remember the government will always win. That's not true. God always wins. Already won. One on the cross. One when he resurrected. One when he created the universe and put it all in order. Nico is second. Nerneat said, put your memes in the meme channel. Yep. Joyful Acres Homestead. Oh, what's up, dude? It's been a minute. I don't recognize the name. It's been so long that I don't recognize it, but glad to have you here. And it said chapters, that's ambitious. Yeah, currently we're in Proverbs, which is not something you can do chapter by chapter. You have to do it verse by verse. And it's Calvinist Day. Well, wasn't it all? It was meant to be. Alias in here. What's going on? I like Ike. I got to see a statue of Ike. I was talking about this yesterday. Went this weekend to the D-Day Memorial in Bedford, Virginia. Oh, Mike, what's going on, buddy? Yes, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. It's always good to see folks I know in the real world. Anyway, so I went to the D-Day Memorial in Bedford, Virginia. Very, very enjoyable trip. Very great setup that they got there. Very good tribute to what went on June 6, 1944. There's a big statue of Eisenhower there. So if you like Ike, I recommend it. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but very well done. All right, so polls are just now starting to close. Virginia polls should have closed a couple of minutes ago, but that's going to be a tighter race. They've already called Vermont. Big surprise. Indiana and Kentucky. Vermont went to Harris. Kentucky and Indiana went to Trump. They've already called those races. And so now we see the elector points move up. Tell Jess I said, how you doing? I'm trying to think. No, y'all still aren't going to Anchor, are y'all? I think y'all are going up further north now. California is still in play. Look, these places haven't been colored in yet. But if you give me some markers, I'll draw it on my screen. Y'all won't see it. I'll see it on the monitor here. Let's see where they've got currently. Nothing in from Virginia yet. Nothing in from just uh just these. Georgia's starting to come in. 16 total. Wait, 16 votes? That doesn't make any sense. Let's see. I'm going to be swapping between Vision and Ladysmith. Okay. My old neck of the woods. I did. I moved it up. I moved it up an hour. Just because I was open to doing it and I knew that there would be polls closing. So I'm looking at Real Clear. I've got Fox on the thing because I think that's a really easy map to see. It's large. And I know that if you're looking at a tablet or a phone, the picture's not all that big. So this will be easier for people to see. All right. So what is Real Clear? Real Clear is who I really like the most, but it's all in print right now. They have let's see. They don't have anything from Georgia reported in yet. Oh, it's 16 electoral votes. That's what they mean by 16 votes. Okay. So currently, only 3,000 in. Trump's up 55% to 45%. So reading? No. No, let's stay dumb. So I guess my question to you guys, and I'm not going to ask you who you voted for. If you want to tell me who you voted for, and I think I know who most of y'all voted for. What was the major factor for who you voted for, and what were other contributing factors for what you voted for? For me, it's a cumulative platform of what I consider to be very godless policies or policies that further pull us away from God. And while I don't approve of all of Trump's behavior and all of the things that with all the things Trump tacitly supports, very disappointed of his stance on abortion. With that, there were a lot of policy things that he supported that I've supported for a long time. And that was really what got me on the bandwagon with him back in 2016. The bottom line behind the government in the US, and that's all I'll speak for because I'm not Canadian. I can't speak for the Canadians. I'm not over in the UK or in the EU or Asia or whatever. Talk to what I know is that it is not a political system that cares really about Christian values. It doesn't. Pandering to them at times, yes, depending on the locality, depending on where who they're trying to get donations from, of course. But when it comes down to voting, it's not something that we as Christians should be expecting consideration for. Is that right? No. No, it'd be much better if we could count on our leaders to lead in a godly way. But that's not popular, especially today. It's not attractive to people. So it really just it's really something that we need to understand, no matter who wins, We can't look at this as a moment of doom or moment of salvation. In the end, it's going to be worldly things that are given priority. And some of those things are things that we care about because it affects how how the world works. Some of those things will run contrary to what we want to do. But no matter what, no matter how this ends up, no matter if this ends up in a dictatorship, if the Constitution and the fabric of our society crumbles, God is still in control. God should still be the center of our lives. And we should still put our faith in him, and he is still our king. We don't live in a constitutional democracy or representative, what was it? A democratic republic. We don't live in a totalitarian state. We're not communists. At the end, it is a monarchy with God on the throne. We are live. That's right. Wayne water break 9:30. That's what we're hoping. We still got a ways. I've got my Jersey Mike's here. I've got plenty of Halloween candy downstairs. I've got some Whistle Pig to sip on if there's moment for celebration. But no, I'm not going to be imbibing in more than just a pour or two. Like literally just a pour or two. How long will the pour be? Nico's voting for Joe Rogan. Right in. It's interesting that came out. Was not surprising that Kamala didn't go on the show. And I thought that was something that was very interesting. Something that I kind of agreed with. Something that Gutfeld said on Fox was that that should be like kind of a litmus test. You should be able to go on a program with a relatively neutral party and be able to hold a 3-hour conversation with them. Because it tests your endurance, it tests your ability to think on the fly. It tests your ability to sound like a real person. Now, Trump, in many cases, comes off, he's a cartoon character, but he's got real opinions and he can hold a conversation. I imagine you could sit down with him and have a conversation, and you might think that some of the things he says is wacky, but it's going to be from the heart, off the cuff, relatively unfiltered. But when you're somebody who is so much of a suit, so much of a programmed operative, that you can't allow yourself to exist outside of that talking points pamphlet. How do you relate to people? But it's amazing that how much of our country, how much of our government is run by aides and assistants who really try to filter out what is said and what isn't said, and what policies are approved and aren't approved. We do lack the ability, or we do lack a leader with the ability to just say, this is what I want to do. And representatives in the House or the Senate who can do the same thing. We are so politically paralyzed. It is difficult to imagine how we get anything done, which is a shame because I don't want much of anything being done. The less the government does, the better. And yet the government still keeps getting bigger. It's like they've put themselves on autopilot. And they won't take the wheel. like one of Elon Musk's self-driving cars. And Karl Rove is on Fox, and that is just the most disgusting thing. I wonder if he's going to hold up his little dry erase board. Yeah, look at me count things. Oh, just looking at that, Hung Cao running for Senate in Virginia. So hope he wins. Not just because his name is hilarious to say, but also because it means Tim Kaine's getting the boot. And it's nice to see. It's very interesting. I wonder how that story lines. I would be interested to hear the details of his story, because apparently he's a Vietnamese immigrant. He came here as a kid. From what you get from the ads, he was taken out during the fall of Saigon. Now, how much of that is, planned or not, I don't know. How much of that is accurate, I don't know. But be interested to see, what were the circumstances in which you was it like under fire, or was it more, pedestrian? I know that there's a manual had the chat before I even saw it. Have you seen the Hung Cao ad for Virginia? It's a good political ad. Remember, all politicians are snakes. Another reminder: we are not a democracy. We are a republic. He looks like a Chad. But again, it would be, and I don't trust him. He's a politician. I don't trust anybody trying to get my vote. But I certainly would prefer him over Tim Kaine, who is just the worst. And they were making a joke. He does. He looks exactly like Tim Walz, who's a creep in my opinion. We only answer to God. Joyful Acres, absolutely. How long is the stream going to go? I don't know. Until I don't want to. We won't know the results until tomorrow. It depends. I'm interested. There is a chance, because Virginia's kind of a toss-up. Some of these places, if they go red, it's going to be a relatively short night. Short night for the decision, long night for the reactions. Whale psychology got a boost in popularity. Yeah, I still have to watch. I've heard clips, and they all sound great, but I really need to check out the whole episode. Trump on the Dick Show. I am over Masterson. I knew the media always leaned left, but you can clearly see biases post Barack. Oh, Emmanuel, look, this is something I grew up around. Like I've said this before. I grew up. My dad was a politician, and it was always something that has been. It wasn't as obvious. It was more couched in journalistic reporting than opinion. It's so much change. And Emmanuel, I don't know. I can't remember how old you said you were. So much of how politics was how much politics changed after the 2000 election, Bush v. Gore, and Florida, and the stolen election. It wasn't the same after that. Fox News really came to relevancy during that campaign and afterwards, during that election and afterwards. And 24-hour news cycle became much more of a thing. Before that, people for the most part just watched CNN 24/7. It was or headline news. It was very boring, but you could get what you needed. But then the opinion guys, Hannity and Combs. Before it was Sean Hannity, it was Sean Hannity and Alan Combs. It was a Fox program. It came on before or after Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly was the big thing, but Hannity and Combs was a liberal and a conservative on a show together, and that lasted less than a decade. But that's where Sean Hannity really rose to popularity. He didn't start off with his own show. He shared the show with somebody else. And it was interesting, but it really started to shows like that, shows like Bill Maher, Bill O'Reilly, where it's a lot of opinion pieces, was where you really started to see the 24-hour news cycle ramp up into lots of opinion. And it started to, because it was it got a lot of views, a lot of people watched, made money, advertising dollars. It started to spill into everything. And CNN got more liberal, and MSNBC went even further than that, and Fox went right. But in the neocon conservative, compassionate conservative establishment right, where it's comfortable, the comfortable right, that's where you saw that. The 2008 election was definitely different, but that's when I noticed it. Before that, everything's in the 90s. It was still a lot. It seemed a lot more gentlemanly, at least on the media side. Republicans today are just Democrats from the 80s. What does that make the Republicans from the 80s? Oh, that Lily, the Chinese lady? Yeah, dude. What you mean? You have billions of dollars. Tang Lily, was that who it was? How do you campaign against him, though? Seriously, it's like Kendrick not making. It's tough. Maricopa said it might take 18 days to count their votes. Thanks, Common Core. 27. Okay, 27. So you would have been too young for the. Would you have been 3 for the 2000 election? 3 years old. I mean, it was weird. I was a senior in high school. I was taking AP Government, and I had a really good teacher, Coach McConnell, and he was sitting there going, "You got this is." He goes, "This is perfect for what we're studying. When you're getting a historical event right now." And it really was so much. Again, and I've said this a couple nights ago, so much changed around that time period because you had the 2000 election. Less than a year later, you have September 11th, and it's just the whole and it's all in between it's all kind of right there in between the 90s and the 2000s. So much happened right there at the turn of the century, at the turn of the millennium. That society is so much different. And it's weird for me kind of coming into my adulthood right at that same time as graduating from high school. Joining the army, went to war, all that stuff. Oh, 4. Oh, I'm sorry, Emmanuel. Key and Peele really helped Barack win. McCain really helped Obama win. Bush really helped Obama win. So many, and part of it was we had a war going on that was less and less popular. Obama was popular. He was young. It just and people kind of There was a lot of race and a lot of people. To me, race relations were different in the 90s. They were much better then than they are now. And a lot of people said, "Yeah, seems like it's a good time. Do we have a black president?" And I think that played a factor. Oh, on the media side, well, he was a darling, and it was really weird because it was like the Clinton family was a machine, and you got to see that a bit in 2016 because it was her turn. However, however, he just destroyed all that. Man, said the media today are cowering in fear from the independent media. And now they are trying to take back the social media because it's too strong of journalism. I think a lot of established media in general, because you got streamers like I'm a tiny streamer. I'm not saying that I'm affecting anything, but there are bigger streamers than me that go out there. When you think of Joe Rogan or, well, would say Tim Pool, but that guy's got a lot of problems going on right now. But there's a lot of independent media that people tune into because they're kind of tired of this. They're tired of seeing this stuff come on. A lot of the people aren't like you and me. They don't live with us. Joe Rogan, this is absolute fact. Y'all don't know this, but the Rogan family and the Bush family have deep ties to Saudi Arabia. Now, you knew it about Bush. Those conspiracy theories have been out there for years. But you didn't know about the Rogans. And Joe, who was playing a sleeper agent on a television show called Fear Factor, was activated and actually melted the steel beams. With fuel provided by Saudi Arabia. I saw the yeah. Raptor was in here. There we go. Mega Arkansans rise up. He sent me the meme. I don't have it handy. If anybody can pull it up. We lose. Trump loses the election, but America gains so much with a larger Arkansas. Whoa. West Virginia just called for Trump. And the Senate is currently sitting at 40 seats because the West Virginia Senate race or Senate seat just got flipped to the GOP. Look, if George Sears says it, bank on it being true. Unless it's negative about me, in which case he's a filthy liar. Because George Sears also did 9/11. It's a VTuber. A VTuber is streaming this right now, and they currently have almost 4,000. That's actually surprisingly low. I would think it would be filled with more degeneracy. How do the Virginians typically go? All right. So Virginia is similar in many ways to Chicago in how the politics goes. Lots of rural areas, a few cities in there. So the cities generally go blue, but the vast majority of the state is red. And then you have, and if you take out this one bit in Northern Virginia, it's a red state, period. Just like Illinois. Illinois is a red state if you take out Chicago. But because Chicago exists and because the DC Beltway exists in Virginia, both states are blue. Virginia has been blue since 2008 with the Obama election. Obviously, Trump is a not an insider, and they don't tend to like him in that Beltway area. Anyway, it's very if you find Republicans up there, they're very much on the moderate side. They're very much Bush. They would all vote for Jeb. Jeb could win that area, but just that area. The rest of the state would probably vote for anybody but. West Virginia, they've had a Democrat governor, or they had Manchin, who was governor there for a while, and and then a senator, and then he left. It was Democrat, but that's a very red state. For presidential races, generally is a red state, and as it is tonight, is a red state. So Trump's currently at 23, Harris still at 3. Hopefully, she doesn't get another electoral vote, and the rest of the map goes yellow for Jeb. Only on YouTube. I don't know about the other sites she's streaming. Oh, okay. I don't know what's what popular streaming services are for VTubers. That's not my it's not my area of operations. Let's see if let me check Real Clear out to see what they're saying. Georgia's currently 9% in. With 9%, Trump's up 60 to 39 and change. South Carolina, 4% is in. Trump 60, Harris 38. Virginia, 3% in. Trump 51, Harris 47. Here's another thing about Virginia. Can't say it so much about the other states because I don't know, but Virginia will always look. Northern Virginia always brings their votes in last. So it'll get your hopes up and then squash them. Squash them right down. So I would love to see Virginia flip red. I just don't see it. We do have a very popular Republican governor, and Glenn Youngkin. He was a runner-up to Vance as a VP pick. He was on that short list. It was going to be one of the two everybody thought. He's very likable, done a very good job managing the state, but he's very different with he's a very different type of personality than Trump. West side of states go blue except for Nevada and Arizona. Actually, both of those went blue last election. Nevada, I think, for some reason, I think Nevada normally goes blue. Arizona generally red. Don't replace the C in fact check with an R. Tell me what to do. Fart checker. What about Rubio? Oh, Rubio was on the short list. Little Marco, what are you going to do, little Marco, in your tiny hands? West Virginia. They just call West Virginia with 0 reporting in. All right, what is CNN doing? CNN's pretty much where everybody else is. Vermont for Harris, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia for Trump. Their map sucks. Let me check. Click on it. Oh, now it doesn't. This actually. Florida's not. Oh, okay. Let's go through this. Let me. Oh, the stolen valor. Could you imagine going into battle with a sergeant major who did this with his all the time when he saw you? If you went to salute him, he would go with his wrists. Harry Reid is gone. Harry Reid is gone. He died, didn't he? Harry Reid died like a few years ago. Who's coping, Nernath? Are you coping? I'm not coping. I'm a winner. All I do is win. Ask anybody. All right, let's pull up. Ooh, okay. So CNN's a little bit more interactive map right now, so we're gonna look at that. It's a little bit easier to. It fits in the screen better. Coping News Network. We have no choice. No choice at all. We've got to build the wall. We need justice for Peanut, justice for Frederick. Let's see what's going on. People laughed and reacted to me. Let me get back to my. All right. So right now, Ohio, 57-42, 3% of the vote in. North Carolina, North Carolina's supposed to go for Trump if we take out the if you take out the fact that it's not a toss up, if you take the no toss ups out of the equation and just whoever was leading in the polls, Trump was up, but 2% of the votes in. And New York's got a smattering of mostly completed counties nationwide, and Harris is so far running slightly behind Biden, half a point. I'll be interested to see how that shifts behind the night. Jim Banks, next senator, Indiana, GOP, Tom. Not only do Dana Bash saying, not only do our early exit polls show Trump so far winning among Georgia independent voters, it's a bigger share of the vote there. Trump is up by 11 independents. Brenda, what's going on, ma'am? Glad to have you here. You don't care about. They're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats. What do you think they'll do to squirrels and raccoons? Emmanuel hates animals. Big if true. Big if true. Biden won independent voters by 9 points in Georgia. Trump is up by 11 points. That's a 20-point swing. Woo. Florida not looking good for Democrats. Yeah, I mean, Florida man has taken quite a Florida man has taken quite a grip over politics in Florida, and they are wilding out. West Virginia. Early exit polls in Georgia, North Carolina. Hang on. I think my son ate too much Jersey Mike's and it might have killed him. He's laying on the ground, apparently, in the living room. Get good, son! Prayers in the chat. Early exit polls in both Georgia and North Carolina found voters pretty much evenly split on whether federal hurricane aid is going to the people who need it. Tried to inject that issue into the race. It was part of the race. Want to watch this, but I got to focus on Jesus Christ. Amen. He is my commander in chief. You put on that armor of God, Brenda. Don't let it consume you. It's important. Like what's going on is important. Even God's in control. This is important in the fact that, that is going to be something that we're going to be facing in the coming days. And it helps you prepare. But something that, the impression I get from a lot of folks, they think that if Trump wins, all of our problems are going to be solved. Trump's going to come in and solve them. That's not the case. That's not the case. I think that there will be some more stability. Hopefully the economy will be better. Inflation will get back on track. Hopefully the prices of tomatoes will improve. The quality of tomatoes will improve. But you never know. Tomatoes are important in the county of Hanover. Giving view time and chilling while cooking dinner. What you cooking, man? Georgia results right now. Harris is up 65-33 in Douglas County with 74 of the vote in. Surrounding critical county. What do we got going on? 13%. Is that a change? They haven't called anything else yet. I think Ohio might be the next one they call, or South Carolina. Yeah, mortgage rates to drop. Dude, I caught that today. 7 point something percent. Golly, guys. Good luck ever buying a house. Steak and rice, day. Eggs optional. Always eat the eggs. Fried eggs. Steak and eggs. Oh, I love steak and eggs. I'll get it. So when Nico came and we had breakfast, I had country fried steak. Didn't have eggs with it. No, I did. I had country fried steak with a side of eggs, but traditional, right? A traditional T-bone steak with a couple fried eggs. Oh, so good. So good. Come on, cow. Got to pull it out, buddy. He's not doing too well in the polls. Trump's trailing in Virginia big, 57-41 with 18% in. And like I said, normally Trump goes up big. Yeah. Well, Manuel, as a trucker, how much gas prices can affect things for you. Like if you've got a small fleet of trucks, how much you spend on gas is incredibly affected by just a few cents per gallon change. Oh, Jersey Mike's, how much I've missed you. Rates have about 18 months to drop. Keep your eye out, buddy. I the value on my house has increased dramatically, as everybody else's is, to the point where I'm like, I've got land that I could build on if I needed to, or if I wanted to. But I would never, even if I build, the price for the loan I would never get an interest rate like the one I've got. I got them back when they were down to the twos. I've been listening to him more, so I think I've improved it. Because right now, like last year, I couldn't do it. Have they called anything yet? No. Still nothing called yet. Any updates? I wasn't initially. But the wife got home and offered to take care of things so I could stream with you guys. So big thanks to her as we thank her for all the support that she gives to me in the show and in life in general. Yeah, 4.5 would be a big improvement. I mean, that'd be almost half. Ooh, 11-pound. Nice. Prime sirloin. Everybody and their grandmother is streaming the election, but only one of us might have Blaine on. Yeah, I should buy her something pretty. Yeah. Can't get any prettier than her, though. That's a hard maybe. Talk to him. He said he might if he can. He might not be able to. All right. Real clear. Got any changes? Still under 20% in Georgia. I still think Ohio's going to be the next one they close. Start from the beginning of memes. Well, that means going back in time, back into the year 2000. Let me pull up Discord. We should be looking about how at Chan and how Poll are reacting to this autistically. That's how they're reacting to it. Yeah, I heard that there were various reasons that Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. We'll see if that how that affects things going forward. Oh, okay. I know something we could read, we could watch or read. How do I? Let's see. Can I get it? It's Brave tab. Let's see if I can do this. Statement by Donald Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. There have been horrible reports out of New York, my former home state, where state environmental agents raided the home of Mark Longo and his wife. Mark was taken into custody for hours while officials searched his home and eventually took two of their pets, Fred the raccoon and Peanut the squirrel. These animals were later executed by the state of New York. Very sad. New York authorities, under their terrible governor, put more effort into finding and eliminating a squirrel who was innocent by all accounts than they do to control the unchecked illegal immigrants who have flooded into their state. If Peanut could have told them that he was from Mexico, they would have sent him on his way and given him a hotel room and a $500 gift card to Buddy Squirrel. Instead, he was taken from his family. Very sad and a complete waste of resources. When we win, we will get our priorities in order and make America great again. Here we go. Good job, New York. You screwed up again. Yeah, dicks out for Harambe, nuts out for Peanut. Why did that never occur to me until just now when you said that? So great. Well, God, welcome, by the way, to the show, Jimner. They did call, Fox has called South Carolina. Happy to be here. The meme has been revived. Oh, Emmanuel, you were saying you didn't care about the animals, but I'm telling you, dude, the Harambe memes are all over the place now. Peanut and Fred died for the cause. Unfortunate. Let's see. Ooh, Loudoun County, Virginia. That's up in Northern Virginia, part of that area. Swung 8 points from 2020 towards Trump. But Loudoun County, that was part of where that Loudoun County was part of the push to put Glenn Youngkin up. All right. So, guys who don't remember, this was something that came up at around 2021. I want to say maybe it was not long after 2020. Father was protesting, or not protesting. He was speaking out to the school board in Loudoun County about how they had allowed a alleged transgender boy into the bathroom at school where he raped his daughter. And they knew that he had done something similar at another school, but they just moved him from one school to another. There was a whole controversy about this. And Loudoun County looked awful over this. And at the time, I'm trying to remember who the Clintonite was that was running. He had been our governor before. But he was running again. You can only run one. You can't run for re-election for governor in Virginia. And I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was. Anyway, he was pretty much just going to walk right in to the governor mansion. But when that happened, dude, he fumbled that issue. Youngkin jumped on it as a parent's care. It really came down to how much parents have a say in education and what had been being kept from parents. And it was kind of highlighting the whole, to me, it highlighted the issue with trans kids in school, and also kind of what was going on during COVID and people learning that there was stuff going on in schools that they were not aware was going on. Hey, we got all right, it's 801. We got some polls. All right, Maryland called for Harris. Illinois called for Harris. New Jersey, I was hoping that was going to be late. Called for Harris. Connecticut called for Harris. Rhode Island called for Harris. Massachusetts called for Harris. And part of Maine called for Harris. On the other side, Tennessee called for Trump. Alabama called for Trump. Florida called for Trump. Mississippi called for Trump. Missouri called for Trump. Oklahoma called for Trump. So it's currently 105 to 72. Let's see and that's what the Republican map says. The CNN map either hasn't updated yet. Now, CNN hasn't called Mississippi, Illinois, Pennsylvania. A lot of these are going to change. Georgia is they haven't called South Carolina either. Let's see. Refresh this. Jade Jackson, Texas. They got Texas as blue right now. With the electoral votes? Yeah, hang on. Clinton won Miami-Dade by 30 points in 2016. And Trump, I don't know what Trump won in that area. Hang on one second. All right, let's see. Let's see what if Real Clear has a. Let's pop this out. Boom. Now this one's a little bit better because it is like CNN will show you who's leading right now in different states without calling them. Because like I said, Amanda was like Texas going blue. No, it's just right now 5% of the vote is in, and she's winning 58-39. But that's with 5% of the vote in. That changes. Oklahoma. Well, hang on. Oklahoma's been called. Real Clear I would use, but I like with they don't have really. I don't see that they have a map right now. They've got a tiny little one where they're showing the results of the different house and the geo. Like they've got 3 small ones. And they're talking about Loudoun County right now on the news, and how that might have come into play. Anyway, Youngkin jumped right onto that because it had a lot to do with about how much trust there was in the school system and how much parents were allowed to have a say in their children's lives and their children's educations. He made that a big part of his platform, and a lot of people jumped on that. And like I said, because of that, and let's see if we can pull Virginia up. Can we pull Virginia up? Doesn't let me. Why can't I just click on a hang on. They seem pretty bullish on Virginia right now, though. Maybe we'll start moving with Real Clear. But that's not being very helpful right now with me. Good. I don't want Texas to ever be a purple state. Only Democratic thing I would agree with since I was there was like 18 was a federal ban on weed as a scheduled drug. Joyful Acres. My granddaughter is working on her election map homeschool project and likes that other map too. I like it when they break it down by the counties a little bit, but then it looks like Real Clear's not doing it unless they call But they're saying they're being a little bullish on Virginia right now. Like I said, I was one to say if Virginia goes red, this 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 election's over. Period. If Virginia goes for Trump, he's won the election. I don't expect Virginia to go for Trump, but if it does, I'll be hilarious. I will be laughing all over the place. I'm just listening, guys. Langley doesn't like the Donald. No, they do not. Carl, we know and love, just got back from the polls. How's it going? We were just talking about Virginia. Now they're talking about Georgia on there. Whew. Yo, this quarter of a century has really been a thing in our history books. Oh, it really has. It really has been. We need everyone to Pokemon Go to the polls. See news on Netanyahu booting the defense chief? No, I didn't. It's going to be interesting because I've heard stories that Netanyahu and Trump are kind of on the outs right now, and how that's going to change how that's going to change things, possibly, but probably in all likelihood it won't if Trump wins. I think they might have just called Alabama. I don't know if I said that yet. We're at 105 to 72. .36 reporting in. Trump's up 56 to 42 in Georgia. Roughly 29% in Virginia. Harris is up 51 to 46. Oh, he did mention it in his last speech. What did he mention there? I mean, I missed it. Shady's back. Trump needs to play Shady's back when getting back to the White House. He needs to do that publicly because I'm sure that Eminem will hate that. But right now they're talking about Pennsylvania, 5% is in reporting in. Harris is up 76-22. North Carolina, Georgia, that's going to be, I mean, these early vote states are really will tell you who's in trouble and who's not. Trump's leading Montgomery County 52. How is that up there, Veritex? Is that generally pretty blue? Where is Montgomery? Oh, down there in Blacksburg. Botetourt, Lynchburg. I'm not getting any data on Real Clear for them for some reason. Why is it doing that to me? I don't know why. A little disappointed in that. Huh. They called North Carolina for the governor. Democrat won. Ooh, 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 ooh. CNN's a little bit better on the interactive map. I can click on it and see. The interesting thing to see is Arlington or Fairfax County, which is the big one. One of the big ones is 46% of their vote is in. And I think a lot of these others, it isn't. How's my county doing? 31% for Kamala. Ugh. How's Caroline doing? Caroline is 51 to 46. Anything new called? Nothing new. But we got calls. Calls coming in. Oh, and then they say we're going to call some race, and then they say it's too close to call. Hey, that's not my county. Hanover County. Hanover County's still good. How do you get a name like Also Brooks? It's a very interesting surname. Or is it ma'am name? Let's back up then. Let's how do I get out of here? I could bounce in, but I can't bounce out. There we go. Got this No. Cruz is up right now. I actually knew a guy whose last name was Bone Steel. He was a corporal in the Army. Corporal Bone Steel. Such a good name. Maybe it was the same guy. Where is the... There we go. We're back. All right. What's Fox got? Long lines to vote. Georgia last, I heard long lines to vote. Yeah, Georgia. Well, and they had some issues. They had to extend poll closing times. Same thing for Pennsylvania, I think. We were talking about that earlier. Let's see. No surprises so far. I mean, I'm a little surprised. Florida got called quick. It got called real quick. That was one that was, if y'all guys remember from the 2016 election, I mean, it got called quick for Florida, but it didn't go this fast. Oh, Florida's already been called, Vertex. Florida's been called for Trump. I remember him being shorter than me. I mean, he wasn't like skinny. I mean, he was. When I ran into him, he was in his Class A's, and he was in the Army, so he wasn't a fat body. All right, Trump's up in Texas now. Emmanuel, why do the coasts in general go blue? Well, the left coast because they're weird, and on you generally see cities congregated around bodies of water, and you have more cities on the coasts, and kind of like what, yeah, big cities tend to be more Democrat. I'm trying to figure out what the details are on this abortion amendment from in Florida. Oh, in your Nath. Oh, put the link in the Discord. Yeah, guys, if you guys are in the Discord and you got a link, put it into Discord instead, because that's going to help me get to it faster. Brave doesn't like that link. Vertex. Oop, crap, lost you guys. Playing my stream tomorrow. Well, I mean, You could say I'm offering transformative content because we're using this and discussing what it's. But who knows? And I don't care. We still get. They can't take the time we away the time that we spent together. Mr. One Browser window, too good for YouTube chat. He's sending Chinese viruses. This is what Veritex does. He's part of the deep state. He doesn't like this stream. He thinks that he's cozy, but he's just like General Kelly. General Veritex is what I call him now. Just kidding, Veritex. That's why it's insane, just like everything else. All right. Sorry, checking in on my son who is not feeling very good. Matt, you said AP News and Analysis tab? Where I don't see the Analysis tab. Let me go to presidential election. Ah, there it is. There's the Analysis tab. I found it, Matt. Thanks. Well, don't see. Why the AP called Florida. It doesn't. I'm not seeing anything about the abortion issue, though. All right, what do we got Fox at? You call anything? No. Let's see what we're seeing on Real Clear. All right. 50% of the vote is in Georgia's in Georgia. Trump is up 55 to 44. That's good. Oh, click on state. Let's see. I still don't see it. It's all about the man, I am so rooting for Hung Cow. Come on, buddy. Pull through. Pull through, buddy. I won't be this happy at a race, political race in Virginia since Dave Bratt knocked out Eric Cantor. Hung Cow is the best name. It's the best name. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was just looking for the abortion, the abortion initiative that was on the ballot. Let's see. In Virginia, leads tight. That leads going away. Harris up 50 to 47 or 50 to 48. Brian, I was thinking about you today. I was like, man, Brian hasn't been in the chat in a while. Brian's got a YouTube channel. I don't know, Brian. Are you active again on that channel? Oh, King's Dominion videos. Brian used to do a channel where he would go into, or his channel used to be, he would go into like old abandoned properties or whatnot and basically snoop around, spelunk around or whatever. Big fan of King's Dominion, even though Busch Gardens is clearly better. Make Busch Gardens videos, and I bet you your channel will improve. Might do some abandoned. Yeah, it's nice. Look, it's nice temperature to be out there right now. Oh, I'm not navigating anything, Matt. We're looking at the at the Fox map. Arkansas called. Woohoo! They're talking about the economy. It's nice, but will it stay? Will it keep? What I want to see is Trump start keep chewing into that lead or chewing into that distance between him and Harris. Blaze, I haven't even checked Blaze. $8:30. Arkansas already called. So we're still about a half hour from the big time period. So at that point, we're gonna see polls closing in Wisconsin, Iowa, Arizona. It's kind of early, you think? Nebraska, New York, Colorado, Minnesota, Tejas, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Wyoming. And they've already got Arkansas. Rise up. Rafters in here. Buckle up. If you want any anything regarding the new what is it, Lucia Catholic meme, just go to the Rafter about it. Fairfax hasn't started counting. I saw it differently. Hang on. Yeah, 49% of the vote is in Fairfax, or 49% of polling places are reporting in Fairfax, according to CNN. Got it. No, that's fine. Now showing Trump ahead in Virginia. Woo! Like I said, look, I always get my hopes up about Virginia. Always get my hopes about Virginia. It's my home state. I have to have hope. Luce. It's pronounced Luce. Look, you're the expert. I'm just in it for the we're in it for the memes. Me and Raph, who's a good buddy of mine. If Virginia, but look, I always say, but if Virginia goes for Trump, you get fat lady singing. It's not in there yet, Lauren. It's not in there yet. Hung cow. Look, this is the guy we're all truly look. The real election were the hung cows that we voted for along the way. This is the underdog story of the night. Hung cow. Hung cow. And look, let me see. Let me see if I can pull a picture of my boy. That's a big deal if that's how big. Come on, let's see. Ah, come on, they don't have a picture of him? That's disappointing. Let me see if I can find somebody. Still 52-48 though right now. Why don't they have any pictures? Anyway, hold on. I'll just search one. Dang on it, Stuart. Stop being lazy. Let me see if I get. Uniform. Let's pull up my boy. He is state U.S. state Senate. He is a U.S. candidate. I'm sorry. He is a candidate for U.S. state of Virginia for the Senate. Wait. He's running for a Senate seat in Virginia. Golly. Look at my man's here. I think somebody said that he's a Navy SEAL. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting Herrera's running. Seems like a decent dude. But as I've learned, that can be deceiving. All right, let's pull. Trump is ahead of someone. He's always ahead. The Republicans always ahead. I'll be really disappointed if Trump wins Virginia, but Cow does not. But Hung Cow does not. They've got it close. It's tight right now. CNN's reporting 49.6 Kamala, Donald 48.5. So we're getting it's 1.1 difference right now. It's character choices in Dynasty Warriors. Have to ask. If I run into him, I'll ask. Oh, they're going to start talking about Virginia. Okay, so CNN has it as Trump's losing, but Fox has it that he's winning 49-4 to 48-9. I know Veritex, but like a moth to the flame, I can't. I can't help it. All right. Election dog is here. What do you have to say for yourself? Who do you think's going to win? She doesn't know. She's stupid. She's just a dog. CNN's counts behind. Well, Fox is definitely calling states much faster than CNN. What do you have going on in Pennsylvania then? Still big lead in Pennsylvania for Harris. Big lead for Trump in Georgia. Trump has taken the lead in North Carolina and in Virginia. Come on, Mason Dixon line. There's no. They called. I want to say they called Florida well before CNN did, though. I'm just watching the guys at Fox. It's pretty funny. Need a Proverbs break? Might do that a little bit in a little bit. When things cool off after 9 o'clock. We've only got 18 minutes. Plus, I don't want to get no. Plus, that'll break up that'll break things up. I don't know the scripture reading episodes have to be in the scripture reading episodes. Unless you want to talk about your favorite. Mudang Hudet. Oh, I've got AP pulled up now, man. AP is a little harder though because they got these little blocks or whatever. It's kind of weird. I'm surprised they haven't called. Fairfax only going 2 for Harris for every once. What did he do last year though? What was last election? What did he do in 2020? How did Fairfax fare for him? Oh, I'm sure it is. It's just I like something with a little bit more. I like fast clicking on it, and I'm just not used to that one yet. Here, why don't I do this? So y'all can see There we go. Now y'all can see where I'm navigating. Like I said, still really surprised Ohio hasn't gone yet. Michigan's starting to report in 7 down, 7% of precincts in. $55-42. All right, so they got the key places. So Arizona's a big one, Nevada's a big one, key states to swing. Georgia's a big one, North Carolina's a big one, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I'm not worried about a channel strike, Matt. No, that's not a problem at all. There's so much about this going on. And again, we're talking about what they're displaying, and this is news that is free. And I'm telling you all, I thought I'd have guests too, but nobody's joined in. I thought you'd have guests. I thought I had friends. What it is, it's tough to just say, "Hey, guy, come on." Uh-oh. Blaine's going to come to the rescue. Blaine can tell us about West Coast, the West Coast election landscape. It's no problem. No problem. Yeah. Say, come on, it's the easy part, finishing your chores. The hard part. West Coast going blue. Oh, news flashed. Oh, Blaine with the studio is incomplete. Dude, my studio is incomplete. Trump's still up. Let me refresh just to make sure I'm. He just said what I said. He goes, man, if he wins Virginia. About to be a weeb stream. Yeah. All right, so Biden won Fairfax 68-29. And oh man, I got lots of popular. All right, guests. Y'all ask for guests. You ask and you shall receive. First guest coming on is long time. I haven't streamed with this guy in a long time. It's Power Kid Greg.
Hey, dude.
Hey, Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much. How's it doing? How's it going, man?
Let me fix this. There we go. There we go.
Very nice. Very nice.
You're still Tejas, right?
Hmm?
Are you still Tejas?
Tejas, Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. How's y'all got some interesting races going on in there right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just checking out that obviously like Ted Cruz and the other person who that just goes to show how much I care. No, they were trying to sit they're really trying to get Ted Cruz out of there. And I was just hearing that CNN was reporting how they always do. Oh, it's gonna be Titan something, and it literally just flipped. So I think Ted Cruz is now holding on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
it's
kind of
it reversed and just is climbing.
yeah, it'd be like to see that boat race because that somebody was talking about how it being a long shot now. It was like it was tight and tight and tight. And I remember somebody saying Ted Cruz was talking about kind of panhandling for money because he was waiting for
Oh.
you know he they were dumping a lot of money into Texas for some reason. And I'm like, really? It's like
I
usually he
don't
beats
know.
people pretty handily.
Yeah, I don't know. I pay attention, but I don't dive in deep because it's like I'll just get myself worked up, and it's just But tonight is different. Tonight is the night.
Yeah. Guys, this is Power Keg Greg. He is a mutual. Well, he's a friend. I know Greg because of Eric.
Hmm?
We've gamed. We played some Halo together. Greg's a really cool guy. He's got his own channel, Power Keg Greg. You do video game streaming pretty much every night around the same time I stream, I think, too.
Yeah, yeah. I do a show called the Power Up Podcast. It talks about pop culture, and then just what's happening in there, with hopefully the goal of rekindling that nostalgic spirit of being entertained for entertainment's sake, because a lot of woke crap is being heavily inserted into it, censorship, all that garbage and stuff like that. So I look around, try to keep up to date on that. We look at the good, the bad, the ugly, and if it shows up, I'll try to talk about the spiritual elements to it. Um, and then I'll have guests on. I've had, let's see, voice actor Vic Mignogna on, and Doug TenNapel in video games. I try to reach out to people across the spectrum to hear their stories and whatnot, and author Gary Wayne and stuff, and about scripture and whatnot, and love talking about that. Trying to work on a new series, and then on Tuesdays and Thursdays I just do game streaming.
Yeah. What game are you in right now?
I just started up Bayonetta for the first time.
How is that?
Solid.
Really? I mean, I know it had a big. I mean, it was popular, but
Yeah.
always kind of weird to me because it's like, doesn't she like have guns on her feet or something like that?
Yeah, yeah. For what I understand, and I there's some people who go really in deep, like who developed it and stuff like that. I'm trying to get there. I guess I just want to be entertained. It's a hack and slash. The person who did Devil May Cry, I believe,
Okay.
did. This is pretty much the female Dante from Devil May Cry. Her name is Bayonetta.
Are they
So
part of the same? Are they in the
universe,
same
no.
kind of universe? No, it's just a,
No, I don't think so. There might be some Easter egg tie-ins and stuff like that, but right now, I haven't run into anything just yet. We just started off that. I just finished Blue Dragon not too long ago. That's a JRPG.
mhm.
Um, Artwork was done by Akira Toriyama, the late great Akira Toriyama. And then I was been playing the new Dragon Ball Z game, Sparking Zero.
Oh, cool. What are the? Are you hearing anything about? I've seen a lot of stuff about the new Dragon Age, which I got into Origins, and Origins I thought was a pretty good game. It was back in
Origins
BioWare's heyday.
Origins was solid. I played Origins, I believe. I played Dragon Age 1. I haven't played Dragon Age 2. No, that game is woke garbage.
Well, I saw. I think I was catching. I think it was Kino Casino. I was watching, and
Oh,
um, it was just like a. They were just showing a clip of it. It was like a 10-minute, 10-15 minute
what's
struggle
going on?
session of just, pronouns. And it's just like, guys, this is fantasy. It's
Oh, don't get me started. That's it's a long rabbit hole of garbage on that crap. Because they did the same thing with Baldur's Gate USA. Oh, I guess I'll get my USA hat. Hold on.
I got my red, white, and blue Kenworth hat. Guys, Eric, roll on Angel Legend, also a YouTuber who has been a collaborator with me on this channel, especially in the early days. How's it going, Eric?
It is going well, sir. Are you?
This is getting ready to turn into the Weeb Hour.
Dude,
the Weeb Hour of election.
Let's go. Let's go, man. So, like, all right, I don't want to get out over ahead of my skis right now, but when we're looking at Polly, that's projecting a 70% for Trump, not just being the president, but actually being inaugurated this early in the game. And then we've seen a number of places already that are already really, really skewing towards him. Like last I checked, Pennsylvania was 53% in for Trump. And then Arizona just had a huge skew towards him. Like I kind of just want to disregard Arizona already because they're already saying that they won't have their ballots counted until a week from now. So I'm like, you know what? We don't need Arizona. But if we hit a few of those other real big key ones, like this is locked up.
There you go, Greg.
I went ahead and I also got my
the party, baby. The party.
Department of Partying with Andrew.
I look good. Do you
have to wear the ribbon. The ribbon, guys. I don't want to wear the ribbon.
Oh, Rip Peanut. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no. That was
an assassination.
The memes. Well, look. Like I said, martyred to the cause for memes, for Harambe. It's to motivate people to get to the polls. That's your state, Eric.
Dude, my state, they're going, I believe, till 10 o'clock tonight, poll wise. It's a bit wild out here. And I was just talking with my wife about this.
Nico,
after all the absolute insanity that has taken place over the last 4 years, let's take like the tail end of 2019 up until present. So like 4 and change, after all the insanity that has happened in New York City, not just the riots, but all the illegal migrants coming into that city there and flooding it, also making out better than just the citizens themselves who are forced to live in these shoebox single bedroom apartments so they can go to school and have a little bit of scratch for that beer on the weekend. If all those people who watched their city descend into absolute chaos with over 1,500 people who decided to pull up stakes and leave their business behind, and then another 200,000 people, over 200,000, that pulled out completely of the city and moved out to the burbs, if they go and turn this state blue again, they deserve everything they get.
On a more uplifting note, to answer Emmanuel, yes, Titanfall 2. I have played it. It's a shame that they shut it down for garbage Apex.
Oh, dude, Titanfall is so good. They were supposed to have a Titanfall 3, but they jumped into Apex instead.
Yep.
They saw how hot BRs were, and they were like, that's where we got to be.
Fools. And I'm drinking Jeffers Creek.
Oh, what do we got? Is it 9? We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes till 9 o'clock, and then I'm sure they'll close a couple more polls and call a couple more races. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Virginia is close. But Virginia, as a longtime Virginia resident, they always break my heart because we show us up, they show a tight race, then we up, and they're like, hey, and then we got a wide race. And then all of a sudden, Northern Virginia votes come in. There's a vote dump, and the next thing you know, they call it for the Democrats. It's been like this since Obama.
And like, obviously, according to our state's and our nation's laws, any votes that come in after the polling is all done, after the actual counting process has taken place, are supposed to be completely illegal and invalid. And there was, I believe, recently, within the last year, the Supreme Court ruled that after a certain point, after the election day, anything that comes in after that point is completely invalidated. So we can't have these 3 a.m. vote dumps, or if there is such a thing, and that slants the win into Kamala's favor and she ends up taking the win, then Republicans could absolutely bring up a lawsuit against those states, and the Supreme Court would have to uphold that and throw those out, just completely invalidate the vote for them.
Yeah,
I think I saw somewhere like excuses were already being made. I think now people were saying like there was a gas leak somewhere.
Who knows? I know where my brother was going to go vote, polling stations were down. In Hammond, out here where I live, polling stations were also down in the morning.
Rip
Yeah.
Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois. Hey, at least
they
the
call
carry
that
force.
fast. It's always Chicago. I was telling them, Illinois is a lot like Virginia. It's like you've got this big red state, and you've got Northern Virginia. Richmond's blue, but you've got a couple of blue cities in Illinois too. But really is big red state, Northern Virginia, the DC suburbs, Beltway area. And that's blue, and the whole state ends up being blue.
Dude, it's so unhinged because like it's just like how it is for Illinois. You have Chicago, which like you think about this for Chicagoans, they have watched their city literally become a war zone. Like whoa, tell me that's not whoa.
That's new calls.
Wow.
Well, I mean, these were they called Texas.
Obviously.
Not that we were expecting it to go anywhere else, but they finally, Texas called now.
Dude, it's all like I could not tell you how many like articles down here living in Texas is like, oh, it's turning blue or it's turning purple.
Maybe
it's like
Dallas.
No. Like the only blue stuff is like Dallas, Houston, Austin. Like everything else is red, man. It's purple. It's like no,
my
it's
heart. They called New York for Harris.
Yeah, dude, like that crap right there. Because
if New York went to Trump, I mean, this we might as well just stop the stream right now because this is over.
Get into like okay, once my New York Times set up here updates, we'll get into the actual counties there because like when you look at so many of the surrounding counties, like I live in a very, very red county. The surrounding counties surrounding mine are also very, very red, but you have such a bulwark inside the city itself. When here's something that's even crazier. So the city has the most poll, period, for the state in terms of what the vote is going to be. But yet, for concealed carry laws, they have a whole different set of laws if you want to carry within the city versus the state. You have to actually get 2 separate carry cards to do that. So if they're going to go that far into distinctions between your rights, according to the Second Amendment, then they should go ahead and just name themselves their own little province like DC, and the state itself should be allowed to vote. And then that little province would be allowed to vote. They get separate electoral votes, separate popular votes, and we let the rest of the state stop being chokeholded by the damn city.
Seeing supposedly Ohio got called.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I haven't seen it on Fox yet, but I mean, I'm surprised they haven't called it yet.
I was watching Crowder seeing because I like the real. Like the data updates and stuff that he kind of does.
Tim Pool's been doing an excellent job as well with their coverage. They've been staying on top of it. And it's nice because they're at Daily Wire HQ right now. So it's just a revolving door of Daily Wire, who's coming in. Clavin was on the show for a little bit there. And then actually some new up and comers that I haven't really paid attention to within the conservative circuit that are inside that political influential sphere, like some very intelligent people. It's been fun to watch.
I mean, this is what we saw. I mean, it's like I said, this is 2016 when Trump did the McDonald's thing, when he did the garbage truck. How do you like my garbage truck? When he did that, I was like, oh my gosh, it's 2016 again. And like he's captured that because it was it wasn't the same, right? It wasn't like that, and he's older, like he's much older than he was. So the energy didn't seem, but when that happened, I was like, oh my goodness. And when the fake Peanut, the squirrel response came out, I thought it was real. Everybody thought it was real.
Jeez.
Wait, Peanut? Is it not true?
No, Peanut is true.
Peanuts.
There was a press release from.
I saw that. Yeah.
Like, if he had just been If you had just told him he was from Mexico, he would have.
Dude, that
would have been
that tracks so hard. That's so in the. If it had just said, "I'm here, seeking asylum. Where I live is horrible, horrible place. Bad food, bad people.
Oh,
I just
man.
want to come to the land of opportunity.
No,
I
that
can
was like,
start fresh. They'd have let him go. Totally fine. Slap on the wrist. Don't bite
the one
anybody
on
else.
the one that I saw that I posted on my Facebook. It was a scene from Lord of the Rings, but instead of Gandalf the White, it was Peanut the White. I've come back to you. I've returned to you now at the turning of the tide.
Dude, or that meme, it was Harambe holding Peanut. Just
Oh yeah.
Peanut. Dude, no, like Tim Pool actually he had some bit of good commentary on that. He goes, "This was, let's face it, a political assassination. Peanut had over 2 million subscribers, 2 million subs to the Peanut channel.
He did.
2 million.
I don't know why they.
Fred. Don't forget Fred. He's being left out. Or Fred,
the raccoon.
Yeah,
he was.
Dude.
No, I was legitimately like, dude, like the people that are just like, well, it's just a squirrel and stuff. It's like, do you not realize that the manpower and the government overreach of going after a squirrel?
That's because
like, if they're doing that for a squirrel, what are they going to do that to you? Like, are you guys that?
Dude,
like,
that is the argument right there. If
Are you
they'll
guys
walk
just
into a
retarded?
house
Like, what
and
the hell?
if they'll walk into a house and then they'll have to euthanize a squirrel, they could do the same to you. It's like that scene where they play it before or they play it just after it's the press release for when we nailed Osama bin Laden. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And you see the door explode open and those dudes come charging in with riot shields. Like that's the scenario you're looking at.
You see the green NVTs go down.
Yeah, but this is wild too, because like think about this. Okay, so like obviously, like in the grand scheme of things, squirrel and a raccoon, like not really that big a deal. However, you just pissed off a ton of people who, knowing full well that yes, those are two lower life forms in terms of mental capacity, in terms of life expectancy, in terms of actual function for the world writ large. But these people will now stand on principle, and they might have just flipped whole counties that we're going to go blue over this psychopathic retard who decided to go and make these calls to like animal services and then have them
from Houston. My apologies as
Well,
a Texan. My
well,
apologies.
I guess she's like
no
deleted.
real Texan wouldn't do something as retarded as
right?
that.
Yeah, well, like so get this. I think she's been deleting all of her social media, but everybody knows who she is.
You gotta go dark now,
dude.
I mean,
I would not be surprised because like that is some pure evil garbage to go and do something like that. To hate somebody else based on who they would vote for so much that you're willing to have their pets terminated, like that's some evilness. I would not be surprised if this woman, like if people try and rig her car to pop, if people do some crazy stuff, if she starts getting like animal blood thrown on her porch, I would not be surprised if this woman gets hazed into exile.
You get internet famous, and usually it's not for the right things, you know. And I went. This is the different case. This is a squirrel, right? And it's not in the city, right? So it's not like somebody in an apartment complex in New York City where it's just like, that's, maybe they're hoarding rodents or something like that. This is a guy who's established apparently a wildlife sanctuary. He's out in the counties or in the suburbs or something like that.
And he was trying to get the license too. The license,
right.
like he was doing trying to get the paperwork done. So like, why?
So what ended up happening is, so they'd go to it and the squirrel bit one of the folks. Well, yeah, of course he did. And because he bit somebody, they euthanized him. Or that was the original. I haven't read it and see if this has been clarified, but they euthanized the squirrel and the raccoon to test for rabies because both of them had bitten bitten agents or whatever you want to call them, deputies, whatever, who had come to collect them. I went through my dad went through something similar, and I had his back on this. We had a farm, or that was a zoo next door to the property I grew up on
Oh,
where my
boy.
parents live. There was a zoo. It was a zoo. And they had all sorts of different animals there. They had llamas, alpacas, ostriches, everything. They also had chimpanzees. They had like six chimpanzees.
All right. All right.
And they apparently, so you all and all sorts of they had some monkeys there and everything. And animals were always getting loose. And it bothered my dad a lot because you need to be out there, bush hogging the field, and all of a
Sure.
sudden, there's a spider monkey just running down dirt road, and he's worried about it because he don't know what's going on with these. Clearly, they're always escaping, so somebody's not doing a good job taking care of them. But you're worried about one of them biting one of your animals or whatnot. So
Yes.
well, come to find out, this person only has licenses for 2 of the 6 chimpanzees, and they were just
out.
rescuing these chimpanzees from wherever, because apparently people own them because they're cute when they're little, and then they're huge. And so they had this whole thing, but they didn't do it like a professional zoo would. Well, apparently, if you have apes like that, you have to have an enclosure with water that surrounds it because they can't swim. They don't go under the water. They ended up getting loose on several occasions. And now we've gone for something from a squirrel, right? That we're all used to having. They're native to the area, and also the size of a rat, to an animal that is several hundred pounds, can be very aggressive, is not native to this place, and is probably terrified because he's in a place that they don't know. There was a report that they chased the child of one of our neighbors into her house when they got loose. Yeah, and our county's not equipped. Our county animal control isn't equipped to this. They don't have a trank gun for an animal this size or anything. So my dad, basically said, no, y'all got to do something about this. He doesn't have the licenses. He clearly isn't taking care of these things. And so he got the county to move on it. So we went to the Board of Supervisors hearing about it. And my dad went up against Up Oak, and they were there. And then all the exotic animals, like all the, who was the guy from Tiger King?
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, all the Joe exotics and everything in the area. And one of them got up in my face. The wife of the guy got up into my dad's face and everything. They were very belligerent about us. It's like, hey, these are again, this isn't a small local wildlife. You have brought something in from the jungle, from another continent, and it's huge and it's dangerous. And now you have multiple of them, and you don't even have the security set up correctly.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so-
waiting for you to tell me like your dad went out there with his 308 and just put these critters down, which would have been totally warranted at this point in the story.
Oh, I mean, it was
Master Shake, get the gun, shoot him in the head.
you'd be like on Jurassic Park, shoot her!
Shoot her! Shoot her!
Look, it jumps out.
But it's funny though, because like, from a scriptural standpoint too, one, we as men and humans, like, we have domain over like the animals and whatnot, but like, we know like God created specific animals exactly for specific reasons, for those that can be used as pets, seen as pets, or made to be pets to accompany man and stuff. And then there's just some that you just know that, like, until the good Lord comes back, they're going to be insane. Like Joe Rogan and Elon, when Elon was on Rogan's show, they were talking about like gorillas and stuff, and how like exactly what you said, chimpanzees, the people who can own them. And Rogan pointed out the fact that, like, dude, if a gorilla decides to attack you or a monkey decides to attack you, it's done. Like, and the thing is they don't kill you. They beat the crap out of you. They maul you. They rip stuff up. They do not kill you. Like, because their spirit is just untamed until, until the good Lord comes back and like puts everything back in order. Like, it's just, but to go after a squirrel and then to go like, oh, well, he bit people. It's like, well, are you the owner? Did you raise them up from the young kid? Of course he's gonna freak out and be like, I don't know, you get like, stay away from me.
They can sense like what's going on, like the tension in the air. Clearly somebody's not okay with them being there because of everything, because everybody's tensions are high. So the squirrel's tensions are high. And like you said, doesn't know them. You're trying to pick me up. I don't want to be picked up. You don't know me. I don't know you. I'm gonna bite you.
Yeah.
Now look where we're at.
Yeah.
It's
No.
ridiculous.
This is one of those symptoms of what happens when the political climate inside any particular area reaches a fevered pitch and people draw such harsh party lines that they start viewing the other side as inhuman. That's the kind of insanity that allows so many leftists who are supposed to be the party of tolerance and acceptance and diversity and what's the other one? Identity politics. They're the party of that, but yet because they view Republicans and conservatives as literal Nazis, according to many of the talking heads, therefore then they are justified in inflicting physical violence and or death upon those with whom they disagree. We saw that same thing play out during the Summer of Love and the George Floyd riots. We saw that same thing play out any election in the last the last 8 years. Regardless of who wins, there's always a riot in select cities, but it allows them to dehumanize the other side and then justify that violence. It's like, you do realize that we all are going to wake up tomorrow and fundamentally nothing has actually changed in your life. Like there's potential. It's like the idea of a woman being pregnant. She's expecting. We're expecting something great to happen. There's potential for something great to happen, but this is day one after an election. It's like when we were living back in Nashville, and that one guy Clayton comes walking in, and he's just all just down in the dumps after Trump won against Hillary, and one of the other guys there was like, "Oh
just
yeah,
not giving a crap."
yeah, no, crawl into a closet and suck an egg, Clayton. But anyway, one of the guys there goes, "What's wrong with you?" And he's like, he turns to him and goes, "It's all over, man. It's all over. Trump won." And the dude looks at him and goes, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Get it together, man. Jesus, stop being such a pussy.
Stop being a fig. Oh my gosh." You want to know what's funny though, is that going back to what you were saying about like how they've mentally gymnastic themselves into thinking that any sort of violence they do onto other people is justified because in their weird twisted warped sense of reality is that they're being attacked in some way. If we were to take that same place and we were to respond by kicking the ever living like crap out of them, we would technically be in the right, because in reality a rando guy starts like picking fights with you and you respond by breaking his like face open and stuff. That's self-defense. You know, like these people do not understand the concept of you mess around with the bear long enough, you have no reason to complain when the bear mauls your face off because you kept poking it too much.
Yeah,
you know,
you've seen also in leading up to this election here, like there's already been talks of businesses having to board up, like places in New York. They were already boarding up their windows with plywood and locking their doors and leaving early because they're expecting unrest. Regardless of who wins, there's going to be unrest, which is so insane to even think that you're so beside yourself about the presidential election that you're going to go and just burn your own city down. Like, it's ridiculous. And you have also all this rhetoric going back and forth about, oh well, we should just abolish the Electoral College. We should only go with the popular vote. That's what they said when Hillary won. And you think about this in juxtaposition. Okay, what if for the sake of argument we grant that? Okay, cool. We abolish the electoral vote, and while we're at it, we'll just get rid of filibustering. We go only with the popular vote. That's it. Okay, by that same measure, I want you to go on back to when New York State decided that they were going to allow abortion all throughout pregnancy, up to delivery, and then up to 6 hours after that child has been born, which is just an outright killing of that child. I mean, it is at every single stage, but like now we're talking full-on murder. And then they blaze.
Now there's no even pretense on it now.
No, and then they blaze forth in this LED brilliance, pink lights atop the Empire State Building. And then there was a vote taken across the entire United States from people that were willing to be polled on the topic. And over 70% of them said, no, this should not be allowed. This is horrific. Don't do this. Like, okay, cool. If your argument then is we should get rid of the Electoral College and only go by the popular vote, then I don't ever want to hear them argue again, considering the popular vote across the nation said, no, killing children is wrong, but yet they're still sitting in it. You do not get to have it both ways. And we have the Electoral College for a reason, but if they keep busing so many undocumented migrants into cities, and then we have a census taken for these undocumented migrants, and now they boost their numbers up in these blue states past these threshold numbers, which means that they now have to have extra seats in their House of Representatives, then they get more Electoral College votes. It's such a twisted, messed up game. And it's like, if anybody's paying attention, you know exactly what's happening.
Got to kill that squirrel, though.
Yeah.
Peanut had to die.
Yeah, Peanut had to die. Like, hey, that kid growing inside you, clump of cells, get rid of it. That squirrel, though,
War's coming.
War's coming.
Well, I mean,
Unleash
the
the
thing on
fury.
the
Unleash the venom.
The
Pick
thing
up
on the
that phone,
abortion
or I will
thing is
unleash
when
the venom.
you see them do these marches and everything, it's always smiling and everything. It's like, y'all know, y'all think, y'all act like this is like a really significant issue, but whenever you guys are gathering around about it, y'all always think it's a joke. And to me, that's the most disgusting thing, is somebody who thinks it's like, well, this is an argument over your body, but no, the effort that goes into dehumanizing the unborn, it makes you, no wonder they don't care about the kid after they're born, about transing them or doing any of the other weird stuff that they do. It's no wonder that we're all worried that, eventually they're going to try to normalize pedophilia, because that's the more you dehumanize and the more you kind of try to delegitimize what the most vulnerable in our society are, which are the elderly, who are also, I mean, we see what's going on in Canada. You got the elderly and the unborn and the children. That's the easiest prey.
And they still can't explain to me why they feel the need to like read to kids. Like drags need to read to kids at like libraries and stuff. Wouldn't it be better to come after me, like to like go up to me or someone like that to convince me to, I don't know, experiment or do something like that? Because I can actually consent and understand stuff, and I can just, as an adult, I can do with what I want. Why does it always have to go to the kids? Like they need to know this. Like they
because
need
that's
to know
the impressionable time period. The same way that we try to catechize
There you go.
Kids, used to scripture and faith and everything, and introduce them to God. They want to introduce them to all the degeneracy and everything. Yeah, you see the drag queen, it's pretty off-putting. You're sitting there going, that's really weird. That's really kind of odd. Like, I don't feel comfortable around it at all. The kid probably doesn't feel comfortable around it at all. But the more you put them around that, the more you're like, oh no, it's okay. It's okay. Let them read you a story. Yeah, that's all what it is. It's all about normalizing it and programming.
And like, if you look at both the candidates' platforms that they run on, like Trump's is right there, and it's actually a PDF. I downloaded it, and it's so much good stuff. And excuse me, when you like, for those who don't know or don't realize, when you are voting for a presidential candidate, you're not just voting for that person. You are voting for the 100 people that they're going to put in positions that are then going to choose the 5,000 to 10,000 jobs that come along with his entire cabinet and presidency. Like, there's a lot more riding on it than just the president himself or herself. And so you can go to their websites and you can read their platforms and you can see, okay, these are all the actual things that they are standing on and they want to see carried out and that they're going to make efforts to put into place. And for people who have this issue of, oh, well, I can't vote for so-and-so because they have a bad attitude or they say mean things about women, or I don't like the way that they laugh. It's like, okay, because you don't like the way that they talk and that they say mean things, you're willing to throw away potentially your livelihood and your children's livelihood over the next 4 years by possibly having to have a group of illegal immigrants foisted upon your home because you might live in a sanctuary city. Like, you're ready to take that chance. You're ready to possibly go into World War III and have your children drafted, or if you're of wartime age, possibly willing to be drafted into because you don't like somebody's rhetoric. Look at Teddy frickin' Roosevelt. The dude was so GD alpha. He didn't give a rat's ass what you thought about him. He just got things done, and he didn't care how you felt about it. He didn't have time to sit here and coddle people and work with their feelings. He was like, no. I'm the president. This is the best move. If you don't like it, again, like Clayton, crawl into a closet and suck an egg.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about towards the beginning of this stream was we don't have a president. We've become so politically paralyzed now that we don't have a president who just comes in and says, this is the plan that I have, and this is how I'm going to get it done, and matching that representatives or somebody who's going to say, yeah, let's see about getting this done. You saw a little bit of that with Obama on the other side, because they were successful in getting Obamacare through, but it was such a mess just doing that, and that it basically it wiped them out in 2010 because they had that super majority. They had the Senate, the House, and
Presidency.
And the presidency, and they were able to beat a filibuster, and that was that was like the last. That was the norm, the current example of that, and you saw what the fallout from that is. We don't have anybody who can just lead, but of course, that was something that a lot of people weren't happy with.
Well, yeah, and the lead
you
up.
Remember that, Eric? When Obama became president,
dude, I sure do. I remember standing there right in front of Neptune, watching that dude walk down the street. I won't repeat what he said because I don't want your stream to get banned. I'd say it on my own channel because I don't give a rip. But it was craziness, and I was like, wow, that is how you view your now president-elect, as nothing more than the skin color and a derogatory term for said skin color. It was ridiculous, even though they were very excited and very, very cheerful about him.
Oh yeah, they marched down the street, said everything's going to change now, and
then they probably went back and they smoked some dope and beat their dog. That's probably how they finished out their night.
Using up that free scholarship, by the way.
Yeah, the Chance program, nothing but hell that was. No, but like
for the chat that may not know, Eric and I are both from Illinois and the same town, friends since high school.
I always forget.
100% Emmanuel, 100%. That's what it was. Emmanuel's got it. He's just replaced the J there with two G's.
Hell no, we ain't living with no J person. It's a J person.
But like here's another crazy thing too, which also it frustrates the dickens out of me when I have to think about how people waffle based on emotion, solely emotion. Blaine's in the house, escaping from his escape corner.
You guys, you need like 1,000% more beanie.
Dude, I'm wearing the 45. All right, or is it this side?
I'll tip my hat to you because I see that PlayStation logo on that.
Yeah,
on that beanie.
It's an actual insider PlayStation beanie.
We're all Blaine Pool's minions now.
Blaine is the elect. But no, anyway, leading up to 2016. Okay, so going into that election, there was so much rhetoric about every American family having more money per family, per household, better affordable health care. There were everything that was on the ticket, like lowering gas prices, fixing up the roads. Everything on that ticket had to do with you as an American having more money overall, more money to just do the things that you wanted to do and not be stuck in whatever class that you were stuck in. And then we have the next 4 years, we have statistically every single family household earned and had, like by overwhelming odds, another $5,000 annually inside their bank accounts under President Trump during his 4-year run. We saw better and more affordable healthcare come to fruition. We got to see more border wall put up. We got to see less crossings overall. We got to see a lot of deportations going back in there. We got to see a lot of great things financially for the company. We got to see gas prices plummet, even in Texas. I remember there were days where it was down to $2.14 for a gallon of gas. It was, or $2.16 for a gallon of gas. It was unreal. And everybody going into that election was talking about, oh, well, Hillary's whole thing was, I'm going to fight for Joe Plumber. That's what she kept saying. I'm fighting for Joe Plumber. And so it was seemingly all about money, healthcare, and just not spending so much, having more for your bank account. Great. Then we get exactly what we wanted, but they drive it right on back to emotion. Somebody is like, oh, well, you're going to go ahead and vote for a guy who likes to grab women by the crotch. Yeah. Do you listen to Rolling Stones? Well, sure, I listen to Rolling Stones. Okay, cool. Then I guess the guy that I like and the guy you like are zero difference whatsoever. And I don't even want to think about the body count that Mick Jagger had from all the groupies backstage. Like, we can go tit for tat for that. However, Mick Jagger isn't running to try and fix our country. He's also not a businessman who took $1 million that was gifted to him by his father and turned it into literal billions, had the most successful reality TV show of all times that ran for over 10 seasons, The Apprentice. The guy knows how to balance a budget. The guy knows how to get things done. He knows how to lean on people to make those things happen. And he knows how to stock his cabinet with the toppest of shelves. Like, okay, so if we got all the things that we wanted fiscally, then why weren't we happy about it? Well, we weren't happy about it because he said somebody looks like a dog. He said Rosie O'Donnell looks like a dog. She does look like a dog.
She looks like a dog.
She's a
she
dog.
Smells like a dog.
The jowls. If she's
Sounds
three
like a
M&Ms,
dog.
3 M&Ms away from holy shit, Rosie O'Donnell.
You know,
Like-
that reminds me of this upcoming Indiana Jones game that's going to be super, super woke. They had to put up, like, companies put up a disclaimer. This company put up a disclaimer having to tell people that, you know, there's Nazism inside of it, and that the studio in no way, shape, or form condones Nazism and all that stuff. This is where we've gotten to.
Nazi
people-
in a Indiana Jones.
Exactly.
piece of media?
That
Who-
these
who would have
people
ever
think
thought
you
it?
are so stupid that you cannot differentiate that the studio that's making a game on Indiana Jones or whoever that has Nazi symbolism in it, that are always painted as the bad guys because they are the bad guys, that these people are like, we're afraid people are going to get the wrong idea about us. It's like, are you just retarded? Like, do you not know
Dude,
common sense?
Call
Like-
of Duty World War II, the one that was originally released for Xbox One, did the same damn thing. Instead of having swastikas in the cities where you're fighting like in Berlin and you're fighting throughout all of Germany because you're wresting power back from those Axis powers, instead of having the actual Nazi symbol like it would have been there, even on the red draped flags, it was nothing but the blood and iron cross. And I'm like, dude, you guys are such little pansies. During all those cutscenes in between levels, you have that voiceover guy coming, well, then the Nazis did this, and then the Allied forces did this, and they pushed them back in such, and this was a grave day for America. Okay, we're talking about the Nazis. I'm blowing the Nazis away. There's a whole game mode called Nazi Zombies, but yet you're not going to show me that swastika so I can rightly have a little bit extra hate fueling every single round I pump into these NPCs. Like, you won't even do me that justice?
But if you see the swastika, you might confuse it for a manji.
Oh, shoot, yeah, that one level in Legend of Zelda 1. Yeah, I drew that for a kid one time. Hope his folks didn't find the photo and be like, who made this for you? What is
Odd
this?
looking,
It's a map, Dad, I swear.
odd looking stuff.
It's a map to
Sometimes
Argentinian
I-
gold if I ever saw one.
I want to welcome Blaine to the cast. Blaine, this is your first non-Home Improvement YouTube appearance in a while, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I posted some stuff from Japan a couple weeks ago, but
Oh, that's right, you did.
You know, those are all just shorts. This is my first stream in since May.
Nice.
I think since May.
Everybody's gonna be jealous.
Yeah, it's true. You've got the inside scoop. None of this election matters because in 2015 the angels descended and we had to launch the Evangelions against them. So I mean, I don't know why we're even talking about.
Shout out.
Sorry,
Please destroy me.
So what is the so what is the? I mean, I guess you're out in Washington,
Correct.
right? So
Literal Seattle is minutes from me. So
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm in the Washington of Washington. It's the most beautiful place you'll ever live.
Filled with the most horrible of politics.
And the
There you go.
highest suicide rates.
Not
Actually,
the
I think
highest.
that's Alaska.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
yeah,
we got
'cause
so
the
few
30 days
people.
of night,
It only
sure.
takes
It's
one.
actually-
Just
But it
staring at
rains
that
a lot
mountain
in
of snow
Seattle.
all
The
day,
rain
all
brings
looking-
down the mood.
Don't we're not doing this, Emmanuel. I'm
Uh-oh.
not. I'm not.
Can't be.
And I won't.
Nope.
This is
They'll
Oh my god! So
When PPP starts preaching at Stu, then we'll know that we're finally in the end times. That's how you'll know. That's the fifth trumpet, actually, is PPP.
The bowl of God's wrath. That's what brings it in.
Oh gosh,
Oh,
we should be
geez.
gone by then.
Yeah, we
I
should
knew
be
I
out of here.
told everybody
Yeah,
that.
that's
I told
before the
everybody was gonna
wrath.
stick it through. I pray to God. I was like, hey, look, I'm in my 40s now. I could probably kick off at any time. Just let me finish this Bible project. Let me get through all of.
I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like when everyone's like reporting the same thing. Like, yeah, all this is happening worldwide, and it's like, oh, here we go. It's time.
How did they handle Peanut? The loss of Peanut up in Washington State.
I mean, same way as everybody else. So like,
They had a
that's
parade.
ridiculous. Because you got to remember, as much as Washingtonians are a bunch of granola hippies who want to vote for Democrats because we'll get like welfare and all this kind of stuff, those same people also vote yes on us getting short-barreled rifles, on us getting machine guns and silencers, and like we are a very
It's a lot like Vermont.
we're not like Oregon. We're not like like you go to Portland, and in Portland people are like, oh yeah, free drugs, and you know, they're like the full on crazy. Whereas we're like, yeah, we're gonna vote for that because that's what, like, I think it'll be better for my neighbor. I think that's what my neighbor wants. But you know, when we get those personal things, like, yeah, I would like to have cooler guns than I can have now. That would be pretty sweet. Also, this is way too hot. I can't wear a beanie indoors. It's
I had a robe, that I was going to wear, but I was like, man, it's too hot for this today.
Hopefully, it's not a white robe.
No.
Great.
It is a bathrobe. It is a bathrobe, but it isn't a white. That was it.
Like
On a Trump stream?
the beginning of Bad Boys 2. Yeah, we don't need that.
Yeah, nice.
Now it
little
is the
hood,
downfall.
some
Now I am going to get.
nice hole cutouts.
Now I am going to end up on somebody's gossip channel.
Yeah, right. They'll be like, if you look right up here in the back corner below that red light that's on his little curio cabinet there, you can clearly see a Grand Dragon robe. Also the pine needles. He must be a Mason.
He's a grand master, not a grand wizard.
You see the checkering board up there behind? It's directly below the shield with the cross on it. Yes, the checkers actually stand for not just the Levitical priest, but the floor of the Freemasons Lodge. Yeah,
the Templar shield is probably problematic enough for some to get me.
Dead giveaway.
I had a guy. We
Drawing
hired a
that
guy
line,
when I
Will.
worked at the gun shop, and he had a like the cross with the little crosses all around it. And,
Oh, yeah.
And I got called in because I was like the one guy who knew people who had like tattoos, and they were like, "What does this mean?" Like, I don't know, some kind of Templar thing, probably. I don't know. Like, it's got crosses on it. Look at the Crusades, see if it's from there. And it's like, so I sent it to a couple of my friends that are all linked up, and they're like, "Yeah, it's XYZ." And I'm like, "Yeah, he's not. Don't worry about him."
Dude, yeah, I would have probably taken that opportunity to be like, okay, so if he's got 3 crosses here, it means that he's really into those little dolls that they have in court cases where they ask the child, where did the pedo touch you? He's really into just collecting those for no reason whatsoever.
This one unopened the pockets.
Oh,
This
that's
one here,
what it was.
And this
Well,
one was
it is-
used in this
I
trial.
think I was thinking of the Jerusalem cross. It might be Maltese
the
cross. There's a
universal
lot of.
cross,
there's
yeah.
There's a couple of different ones.
There are a lot of crosses.
So the lead in Pennsylvania, Harris's lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking. Like it was in the low 30s, I think, when they closed, and now it's 45. Virginia, man, it's like I said, they always pull me in, and they always break my heart. But right now, it's right there, a little bit over 1%.
Now I'm looking at New York Times right now because you're on Fox. You got it.
I'm on Fox. I've got CNN up too, but CNN seems to be like 5-10 minutes behind Fox.
I'm looking at
and I got
a Poly
real clear
Market
up.
right now.
Yeah, Poly Market. Last I checked, they were still at like 69% for Trump. 79% for Trump. What?
ain't going.
71% for Trump. Yeah, 79.5 and 20.7 for.
That's some good betting odds right now.
I take it with a grain of salt just because, all that stuff, but that's absolutely hilarious.
Well, and looking over here at New York Times, like you've got for Fox, it was like, what was it, 195? They're showing Times 178 for Trump, 99 for Harris. So I mean, it's still
Yeah,
I like those odds.
I mean, right now from what they've called, because I think the last one they called was maybe it was Ohio. They finally called that one. But they put him up to 195, so he's less than 100 votes away, electoral votes away. But like I said, if Virginia goes, this is over. It's absolutely.
It's interesting to compare that one
We
to
get Virginia and
the
PA.
AP map too.
The AP map is so hard to read, though. The AP map is like.
When I say AP map, I mean Google election map, and like.
Oh, okay.
I use the Google one.
Hold on, let me do it like Boomer. I'll just say it out loud. Google election map.
Oh my gosh, I saw a short the other day with a guy showing off like pipe pliers, and he's like, they're automatic, and he literally is like sliding them together. He's like, look, automatic adjustment. It's like, dude, you moved it. You physically moved it.
Dude, you got to hear
Because you
some of
say it doesn't mean it's real.
here's some of the dumb old world names for tools that I hear down at the tool shop. Somebody comes walking on in and is like, well, I want to come along. I'm like, okay. I heard come along said on a Monday, so I found out that that's a winch puller.
Yep.
Next day, somebody else
I
walks in
gotta
and
go to
goes,
that one.
yeah. Next day, somebody comes in and goes, y'all got come alongs. I'm like, yeah, right on over here. Here's our winch pullers right there. He's like, that's perfect.
I think
Next day comes in and he goes, I want to come along. And I said, perfect. Walked him over to the winch pullers. He goes, no, that's no come along. I'm like, your accent denies everything that you just told me. You should know that this is a come along. No, it's got to have the ratcheting bit. Okay, well, it's got the ratcheting bit. No, but it's got two hooks. I'm like, oh, do you want a ratcheting load binder? Yeah, come along. It was like, we're done here.
Sorry, a load binder doesn't come along anything. That just
Oh my
that
gosh.
just tightens it down.
Hey, at least it's better than like the people that throw in an extra letter in like Warsh. It's like, where are you getting the R? Like,
Dude,
what do you?
my uncle does that crap.
Oh, did I bring up bad memories?
Oh, my uncle does that stupid. He wishes he was a redneck. Oh, Uncle
in
Bill.
Utah
He
do
wishes he
that.
was a redneck. He wishes he was.
Best.
Just out
Being
of
a redneck is the best.
Okay, the way he was raised, all right, was definitely not raised redneck. Sure, they hunted, and sure, his dad had a collection of guns and a collection of cutlery, but never, ever, ever did I hear my grandfather say, "Hey, go worship for supper." Never, ever, ever did he affect to a weird Southern dialect. I remember working with my uncle, and we'd be getting back to the shop, and he's like, "Go wash your hands." What?
Drinking.
What? Like,
Why do you need the R for it to be Southern? I still don't understand it.
No,
I
because
don't
I give Blaine a bunch of grief about putting the L in
Bowl?
both. He's both.
Both.
And,
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's wash.
You got to
Like
go,
I'll do
man.
it. Like I'll sink into it. It's like home cooking. You get into your accent.
I don't understand
Feel
because
cool.
you're
Or
just.
Big.
You wrap it around you, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm a real Southerner now."
I understand like egg or egg, syrup
Big.
or syrup or something like that. I understand that, but
Syrup.
when you're throwing in a whole like a brand new letter into it, it's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
I'll knife you. I will literally knife you.
I'll tap your kneecaps
Okay.
in.
How about Norfolk, Virginia? Norfolk. It's Norfolk. We're taking things out. And-
Yeah, but that makes sense. You're
And-
trying to make it faster.
well,
Norfolk.
Norfolk.
Norfolk?
We're getting rid of the O and replacing it with a U.
You know, it sounds to me like
And making it bad.
It feels to me like you could work that into something. Be like, yeah, I won't sleep with that one there, Norfolk that one there either. I'm just saying, y'all's acronyms they have a dirty connotation to them. We'll fix it.
You dirty birdie.
Mhm. How are we looking in Georgia down there?
Georgia's looking good right now. 52%. That's a pretty wide margin.
You guys see that
Um,
Obama post about like election takes time to count? It's like, what do you like? So many states can get
It takes
done.
time to ship in the copies that we had to print
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, right.
We have to find out how many we're behind and what's a believable number to be ahead.
Right, and have that quote unquote black girl with the white braids run the 300 ballots through 4 times once we put some poster board up over the windows here. To
You guys
keep anybody
just
from
don't
seeing.
understand. See, we take our ballot, we put our ballot in a sleeve, and then we put that sleeve in an envelope, and we put that envelope in another envelope, and that's what we sign, and then we send it in. So, you know, there's a lot there. There's a
layers
lot
of
there that they have to copy if they want to like make a new ballot. Like you can't just like pull out a ballot. You got to pull out the envelope and the other envelope and the security sleeve. And
That was my first job. One of my first jobs was my dad was running a shipping operation where, like, if you got a JCPenney catalog, we put the sticker on it, put it in the envelope, and send it out to you. Or Crutchfield. I just remember Crutchfield because I was always trying to buy radio stuff for the car that I didn't have.
Speakers.
You had a collection
Crutchfield
of 4
catalog.
rims in your garage. You
there.
had the speakers. You're like, yeah, boy,
Oh,
she'll be
no,
thumping
but
once
I was
get it.
building the Jeep, and we did do JC Whitney. We did JC Whitney. We did Bass Pro before they really blew up, like before they were everywhere. When it was just mostly a catalog, like I said, JC Penney, Crutchfield, a couple of other ones out there. But that was the whole operation. So you had this whole warehouse full of unshipped catalogs and magazines, and we would put that together. That's all. It's really boring work, and it takes a while. And that was back when people wanted to work for a living, back in the 90s.
Well, and if Peterson's to be believed, there's IQs out there that can't even stuff an envelope. So I mean,
not everybody worked out at that place.
It isn't obvious to me that presents itself as a doable task. When you look at the world as objects and you see the envelope, there's the fold and there's the licking. Possibly there's even cockroach eggs on that bit of glue strip there. You know, the average person, if they get even a paper cut, that could, oh man, that's hell.
You need to tear up a little bit, like it's a really like a really emotional thing.
I haven't really thought about it.
They
men can't deal with this.
They need so little encouragement. They need so little encouragement.
Oh, Blaupunkt back in the day. What was that? No, I ended up having to settle for Sony Explodes in my Jeep.
So, okay, all right.
Sony Explodes. I had a Sony Explode deck. I had the Sony Explodes in the because I'd taken the speakers out of the speaker bar. I did have some Rockford Fosgate subwoofers, and
roll over Virginia right now. We got 63% in. We're looking at 50% for Donald, according to New York Times. 48 for Harris.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind. I guess Fox a little bit behind on that. They're saying 58, but yeah, 50 and 48.
Oh my gosh, keep at it there, George.
We need to get. Let's see if. And again, dude, CNN's a little bit behind.
Bobby's up to 200,000 votes.
Oh boy,
and climbing.
He
might take over Jill Stein at this rate.
Oh my gosh.
No, the one we're rooting for is Hung Cao. He's running for the Senate seat in Virginia against Tim Kaine, who was Hillary's running mate in 2016.
Yeah, we got 34 seats.
Apparently,
we got 34 seats up for the election right now.
Did we?
I believe it's 34 Senate seats right now. Yeah, like chance to take the presidency and the Senate back.
There we go. Hung Cao still trailing.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, Cow.
Hung Cao.
Still 39% of that vote to come in here.
I'm hoping our governor goes to our old sheriff. That would be cool. Everybody loved him as a sheriff, and now he's running for governor. We'll see if that helps him out at all. But I don't know. We haven't had a red governor in, I don't know, 50 years, probably.
And they're Native Americans. They're called Native Americans now.
Oh, sorry.
Indigenous peoples.
You
can't just call them red.
Can we just call them savages?
What made the red man red?
Dave Reichert?
Peter Pan doesn't get a whole lot of...
What? Remember that from Mike Tyson, Eric?
Oh, which one?
Where Marcus is like, look, can we just call them savages?
Let's just call them savages. Yeah. Let's do
that. From that time, get over it. And then later on, he's like, savage. He's like, or some Indians, Native Americans. Like he like tries to fix himself.
All right, so let's look at this here. So, best case scenario, we get the win that we all want to see, but if he can nail the electoral plus the popular vote, and not just by a small margin, but by like a enormous margin, to where any kind of chicanery behind the scenes is not going to affect it at all. Like that's the kind of win that I want to see tonight. And I don't
Oh geez, Polymark is saying 81% like presidency, 64% for Republic, and 98% for Senate.
Oh my gosh.
Who is that?
Polymarket.
Yeah, Polymarket. They still have him at a 70% for Trump, 22% for Harris. And
That's
I mean,
funny.
the house was like on toss up for now, and I just refreshed it, and now it's in the lean. So, oh man.
Whoa, Arizona's looking like 93% for Trump right now, according to Polymarket.
They must have just like one precinct reporting in or something like that. I don't even have them as anything on Fox right now.
Man,
Pennsylvania's getting tight.
I
mean,
know.
we've been talking about it.
I think that's tomorrow, Jimmy. Tomorrow is the fight, and I think it streams on Netflix.
Logan Paul and Tyson, right?
Yeah.
Oh my
god.
god.
Yeah, dude. I've totally lost track of that.
I forgot about that.
And I want Tyson to beat the snot
I'm so
out of
glad
him.
it's on Netflix because
I
pulled up the screen and it was like, "Whoa, do you want to watch this?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Speaking of Netflix and fellow Gundam watcher, have you watched the Requiem for Vengeance?
No.
Yet? Are you going to?
Yeah, probably. I have honestly since May been only doing food truck related things, and that's like it. It's been so constant there.
I just remembered that
MF Ghost is airing right now, and I'm not even watching that.
Episodes in October, and I haven't even kept track with that. I've watched 2 episodes of Requiem, and did you ever play Ace Combat?
Yeah.
That's basically the game. It's like all those cinematic cutscenes, it just feels exactly the same, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's also like, I like it as a first foray into some CGI, you know, it's just kind of a different media for it.
It gave me, what is the Final Fantasy movie that was full CGI?
Oh.
Children.
Oh. I know what you're talking about.
The Spirits Within.
Spirits Within. Yeah. There you go. That's sort of what it felt like when I watched like the original series. I was like, that's kind of interesting. And honestly, I thought it was an Appleseed thing at first. Before I was like, oh, duh, of course it's Gundam.
Appleseed is so good.
Advent Children. I wasn't crazy.
Advent Children was the Final Fantasy VII movie, and then there was the Final Fantasy movie
Spirits
that was
Within.
Completely different that came out long before Advent Children.
The first movie where it was 3D and they were like, this is the future, and then you look at it and you're like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, isn't that funny? You look back at like the graphics of the N64 and you're like, this is dog crap.
It looked like the old Linkin Park crap. What was it?
The album cover?
From the reanimation.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Points of Authority, that's what it was.
Dude,
well, you got to have that guy that he's like, no, the N64 did look great. You just got to look at it on a CRT TV with original cable and the S video adapt. Like, shut up, dude. No, it didn't.
Dude, it was like they purposely made the scan, like, I forget what it is, but like
they made the textures purposely blurry because they could only fit like 16 of them. So they're like, well, we'll just make it so we can blur it. It'll look like a different one.
And they accounted for the CRT TV because it skips it. Because when you use like on a modern day TV, it like some of them try to fill it in and it just looks like garbage. Like
dude, there's
interlacing and stuff. Oh gosh, it's terrible.
I bought an upscaler or an HDMI output for my N64 because I've got one of the Code 84 game disc, which has like the entire library on it. Nice. So it runs HDMI, but it still has that jittered, faded edge. So if I want to get it to look crystal clear, it's going to be another $240 to probably $280 to buy a smoother and then buy this real top-notch upscaler. At that point, I'm in it for the cost of 2 N64s.
Emulate that crap. Like emulators are literally at the point where it's 1-to-1 to original hardware.
Well, I know, and I use my Retroid. I have the whole libraries virtually of anything Game Boy, anything Nintendo up into GameCube, and that one scales HDMI right up, and I can log into it, or I can connect with any Bluetooth controller I want there. So I was ripping
holy crap, that Georgia number.
Well, I gotta see it. Where is it?
52.
Oh,
It's
come on.
moving.
Keep climbing. Keep climbing.
It
Keep
is.
climbing.
Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. like-
Emmanuel, I don't want to burst your bubble on the Warhammer thing, but there's a lot of rumors swirling that Amazon is closing that project.
oh,
because-
really?
Cavill is not happy with the direction. Games Workshop, if you've been following any of the,
Because
I'm a
Cavill
big
actually
Warhammer
cares about the story.
yeah, exactly. Well,
He cares
and
about
Games
the actual
Workshop is
source material.
incredibly protective, and I don't think they've liked, there's a bit of what BlackRock ownership of Games Workshop and Amazon and everything. So there was the whole thing about allowing women into roles that have been canonically all male in Warhammer was a big issue with the fan base. It's caused a lot of division and everything. Everybody's drawing lines. I don't think Games Workshop is happy with that. If any of you guys have been following Space Marine 2, a lot of the customization options are limited on one of the factions of that game because Games Workshop is like, no, if it's not correct, we're not letting you put it on there. And we're not letting you put gear that doesn't-
Cavill needs to just go to Asylum and make a movie called Hammer War or Ham Warmer or just
Ham
go
Warmer.
make a parody that's better. Like
Right. He can fund it
Somebody's
himself.
actually working on a parody that's similar because Games Workshop has gone after a lot of content creators. There was a lot of good content that was coming out about 2-3 years ago that was being
Hamtaro
made by independent creators. They come in and be like, you can either join this little they're doing some sort of subscription service that they were starting. I can't remember what it was called, but there was that, or we can just DMCA you and until you hate life.
kind of a
Whoa.
Nintendo method.
Polymarket.
Yeah, exactly.
2016.
Dude, freaking Nintendo, man.
Polymarket's got Trump at 81% now for the win. Harris at 20%.
It's
Nice.
look, the Mid Atlantic's looking pretty good right now.
I want this to be so monumentous that there's a concession
I
before 11. I want a concession.
I just
before
want
11.
it to be so crazy so that XQC loses like what was it $600,000 he put on Harris. He's like, I can't beat the odds. The odds, the Chad. The odds, they're crazy. I can't not bet on these
God.
odds.
Dude, yeah, gonna eat that one.
I'm
God.
still sketchy, but like someone was pointing it out. If they did try to do anything funky, it's because like so many people are now eyeballs on everything. Like they have like no time to like try to pull something.
No, and Crouch
Which
Which
is
is
Dave,
how
people-
it should be. Like it should be. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, and we're gonna stand here at gunpoint and count everything. Like that. That's the easiest
agree.
way to fix it.
Yeah,
I
it's got to be like on what is it? Davy Jones's ship
Wisconsin.
inside the Pirates of the
Yeah,
Caribbean
Davy
movies. Just two cannons aimed at each other there with a box in the center. And like, okay, right.
Why
who's
can't we
gonna
bring
count these?
back dueling with pistols? Come on, the
think-
duelists. man.
I
Samurai
think
swords.
I at least have mutual combat. I don't think we're allowed pistols, but we can say, hey, you want to fight? Yeah,
What?
and it's perfectly
mutual
legal.
combat. Blood
Oh
moon-
yeah,
one of the
not
cool
so
things-
blue now, are we?
Shoot! I guess it isn't suicide. It's just straight up bludgeoning to death.
Wasn't there a show about a guy who would like go around and like dress as a superhero?
Yeah,
and-
Phoenix Jones.
Yeah,
Phoenix Jones is a
Phoenix
superhero.
Jones.
He had a secret hideout in the back of the comic shop on Broadway.
Nice. Phoenix Jones.
He got in trouble for.
Of course he did.
No. Like
Some of it
he
wasn't
he
kid
got
stuff.
like he was not a good guy. He
No,
had
no,
a
that's
great
what I'm saying.
idea,
It's-
but then
it's
it was
always
like,
how it is.
oh, this guy's battering his wife or something. Like I don't remember. It was awful.
always-
Every time,
Something.
every time someone has a good idea, you just find out they're just a bad person.
Let me hold on. Let me look this up because I remember it being like everyone was like, "This guy's amazing," and then everything came out and it was like, "Whoa!"
I
okay.
remember that because he would challenge people because he would look up and find out places that would accept mutual combat. He would actually. if
Oh,
I
he was selling MDMA. That's what it was.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it says ecstasy.
That's how he didn't
also
feel the pain.
also cocaine. But I mean, he's
Yeah,
fighting.
wow.
He's fighting druggies, so maybe they planted it on him in the last fight. You know.
Very true.
like a Dave
Flipped it
Chappelle
right
moment.
into his
God,
gut.
But it was literally that he would challenge people to a fight, they would accept, and then he would just bear mace them.
Oh yeah.
But there was
Whoa,
one time.
everybody, we've got an announcement. The real winner is Bernie Sanders coming in with the steel chair.
Oh my god. Oh jeez.
Phoenix Jones. I remember that.
Yeah, he had a
I am
whole
once
crew
again
too.
Requesting.
Oh, PA, we're looking at 41% all the way in.
It-
Man,
it's
it
tight
is
up there.
so tight.
That is super tight. Look at Wisconsin was a dead heat. And now Trump's
Dude,
taking the lead.
oh my gosh. I will laugh.
Wisconsin,
Oh wow.
Georgia's a wide lead. North Carolina's a wide lead, and man, Virginia, please.
I mean, like,
Hashtag bless.
I don't want to get all again. I don't want to get out overhead of my skis here because
Look,
Yeah,
when I went-
I'm always sus. It's
like Tim Pool was talking about this, and this is exactly how it was. He's absolutely right. For when it was Trump against Hillary, we're starting out for the night. You had on this needle, almost like a MPH gauge here. The needle was all the way 99% for Hillary. And then as those votes started coming in, you see that needle just starting to tick back like this. And then it finally
was
got
a
to
beautiful
50%.
night.
And people were like, what is going on? And then just rocketed over.
I
I
feel
want to
though
tell my grandkids one day about that night, the election night, and how beautiful it was. Like we get in there, it's like, hey, the memes were great. Where is it? I got my meme war veteran mug. The memes were
think
great. The times were. We had a lot of laughs. Donald was awesome. You know, he was shit posting everywhere in real life, and we all got to just like be part of this meme magic. But you know, it's over after tonight. And then what? Florida's going. Oh, what? And then Ohio wasn't supposed to go. Michigan and it was by 11 o'clock. We were soaking in the tears.
Dude,
Clinton.
oh my
I think-
gosh.
I
I
think with
stayed
this
up till
one,
2
there's just
o'clock.
so many eyes on it too that I think.
Well, and then Hillary wouldn't show up for the speech that night. Like I stayed up till 2 o'clock waiting for it. I don't know what that is in left coast time, Blaine, but
I don't know.
it's
like
late over here in
9 o'clock.
the world.
It's definitely not
And-
bedtime.
No, that's 11 for sure. I think. Yeah, that was just an unreal level of upset there because like I went to bed and I was like, I'm really hoping that it goes for Trump, but I'm not gonna hold my breath and we'll just see how it goes. And so Kylie, she's laying there in bed next to me and she didn't have to work the next day. So she's on her phone and she's just going through the results. And then about 2 a.m, she's just babe, just wake me up. What's the
It's happening. They made the
He
Ron
did
Paul. It's happening.
Yeah.
That was what it was about. It was like about 9:30. We're all like, dude, this is real. This is real
Yeah.
life. And the
what's
weed, he will not divide us.
check
happened. It
Iowa.
was like
Apparently,
that-
Iowa is about to flip to Trump.
dude? And it was so funny because Kylie starting out, she was not a conservative voter when she met me, and so she was actually a bit peeved that he ended up taking it. But then what I would do is I was sneaky like this, right? So we moved to Texas and she's still holding on to some of those liberal leanings. And I'm like, I'm going to work this out of you one way or another. So I would just leave my computer on, be watching Ben Shapiro smashing snowflakes. And I would just leave that full volume playing in the background. She'd walking out, be like, who is this? What's he talking about? And then she'd be overdoing dishes or something and be like, that's a really good point, actually. Wow, I didn't know that. Who is this again? And then she starts going down the rabbit hole, and she discovers she's the one who actually introduced me to Steven Crowder. And then we started watching him every single Thursday, and just like little by little, I watched that little heart grow 3 sizes that day. It was magic.
Let's see.
Oh gosh, I see that tech review, Rich.
Dude. I've never seen one self-felt themselves
Oh my
over
God,
and over
that was
again.
awful.
And that nuke drop was honestly the best. It's like in Fallout 3 when you get that baby nuke and you're like, oh, this will be fun, and you launch it at someone who's like right next to you because you're not even thinking about it, and it just explodes in your face. Like, it was so funny.
Oh man.
She got a master's, Jimineer. She got a master's, not a doctorate.
This is 26 minutes. No, that's not the one I want.
The
What's the
Junk
one where-
Darks. Dude, Shank. Dude, he is such a
There it
weird
is.
guy. He talks about
No,
food way too much in such an
'Cause he
uncomfortable
drinks
way.
that bacon grease.
Dude, yeah. Like, I mean,
But it is
is
actually.
that not cool to do?
I mean, when we do it, it's cool.
oh yeah, dude, yeah, Alpha Geek shit. You know what else is Alpha?
Oh man.
Got one in right now.
Got a bubble right now.
My favorite to this day is the one with the chick in DC who does, like, she's got the glasses, the hat, and like the green jacket, and she goes to scream, and they just immediately cut to the it's Yoshi's Island sound, like that. Whee! That one, yeah. But then it's got the Yoshi's Island like theme song playing as she starts to scream. It's so good.
So many people broke that day. It's
Dude.
amazing. Like the programming just.
Oh yeah. Oh dude. Like
And we're still here. You know?
isn't that the freaking crux of it all? It's like, yes, we're still here. Even Gary Vaynerchuk, and this guy, he's made like billions at this point. He's an incredibly successful businessman. I remember leading up to the Trump-Hillary election, he was talking about it because people were asking him, well, this is going to affect us incredibly inside the monetary realm, and we're going to lose out on stock holdings, and we're going to lose out on all this money coming into the country, and this is going to be bad for people. And he just flat out was like, look, okay, if you think that the person you vote for is going to have any lasting effect on your earning power, you're an idiot.
If you want to scream like that about the president of the United States, I need you to scream like that every time the person you didn't vote for local council wins. Like, you need to be
Dude.
more upset at your local council
Oh.
being someone you hate than the
Mhm.
president.
That is so on the nose, because like you think about it, local elections very really affect
I'm fighting
you
zoning all
way
the
more.
time. And
Dude.
they set a plan and it just sits there as the plan, and it's like, are you serious?
It's crazy. Like elections for city council,
Oh
often
my
people they
God.
run unopposed. If it's
Mm-hmm.
for a mayor in the city, oftentimes the same person gets elected, and it comes down to
Oh.
in some places no more than 16 votes. Like there was
I straight up don't vote if it's a uncontested. That way I can still be mad at them.
just as a rule there.
Yeah. What's up,
All right,
Mario?
the orthodoxy has entered the chat.
What
we
is
have-
going on, Patriots? I love Donald J. Trump, and I love you guys. How you doing?
Oh
we
my
love
gosh,
you
it's
too.
Drunk Fuentes. Run!
I'm not drunk. I'm stone cold sober. I'm actually just drunk off of the energy because in that other room I got a bunch of people over, and it's electric in there. We love Trump so much. We're so excited, bro. I'm
Oh my-
telling you right now, my hopes are up. We've won this. I'm counting my eggs before they've hatched. This is a total Trump red wave landslide. We've never been more back, and it's all thanks to Jesus. It's all thanks to God.
Amen, brother.
We're
He's
back.
at 0.5 in Pennsylvania right now.
Dude, 84.7% Trump poly market, 14.3 Harris.
Dude.
We're
Let's
getting in
go.
the queue now.
We're
Let's
back.
Like I
go.
said, I'm still holding out hope. If Virginia goes red, it's over. You can pull out
That's
the
your-
champagne
Hold on,
because
hold on.
there's
I wanna
no
make it-
coming back from that.
We got to make a
It was
pact
good.
pact here right now. Okay, if and when President Trump is elected for a second term, inauguration day, red ears for Trump. Who's gonna do it with me? You gotta pics or it didn't happen. Pics on social or it didn't happen.
Easy.
We're here for it.
All right, we're gonna start
Mario,
that
you
trend.
weren't able to vote for the 2016 election, were you?
No, I was too young.
No, but you
I
did this
wasn't-
time.
Yeah, I was 17 when that happened, 16 or 17. And then I voted. Yeah, my only votes I've ever voted have been for Trump. So
My man.
Nice.
we love Trump. I would have voted for him in 2016, but actually, I don't even know. I don't know if I would have even voted. Honestly, when I was like 16, 17, I did not care at all, bro. I don't even know if I would have showed up.
Yeah.
Both 16, 17.
Oh, see, that's the difference. When everyone in 08, my first voting, it was like everybody's got to vote because it was like you had to vote for Obama, otherwise like you're a racist. And you're like, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's how this works.
Correlation is not causation.
My folks were I think they did it right to where it's like you vote for who you think is the best, but you need to vote. So
No, my dad burst into my room at 4 a.m. that day with a kerosene lantern next to my face and a tack hammer and threatened to smash that open over top of my bed if I so much as uttered the word Trump.
well, I
I
mean, I've
definitely
met your
don't
dad,
think everybody
so
needs to vote.
I wouldn't be surprised.
If you're not voting for Trump, stay home. If you're not voting for Trump, we don't need
not-
your vote.
I'm not encouraging any
Yeah,
opposition.
we really don't need. I don't think we need the Starbucks barista vote. I think we're good on that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just
If
as
you're
a quick
hiring
reminder.
you don't need your vote. You know, I think there's some people we can just say off rep. We don't need your vote.
As just a quick reminder for all the Democrats out there watching, be sure to turn out for voting next Tuesday. Make sure and do your civic duty, please.
Oh my gosh, the people that fell for that last time was insane.
Dude, and
Did
the
that
fact that
guy
they were-
actually get sued? Like,
Yes,
for,
he
like,
did.
fraud? Like, it
for
was an
throwing
actual
it
case.
on
And you're like,
Twitter.
are you serious? Like, oh, I don't know about anybody else, but like, we get our ballots like a months ahead of time, and I still wait till like the last week. But like,
Did you miss like everybody with the I voted sticker? Be like, oh, I thought that's next week. No, it's today, buddy. Oh, well, it's probably still next week. This is probably just a psyop.
Right, this is early voting. You know Taylor
You're just
Swift. don't you?
gaslighting me, bro.
This is a
All
psyop.
right,
Is Taylor
fellas, I'm gonna
Swift.
go rejoin my guest. I just wanted to make sure I made an appearance.
Go get him,
Enjoy the
Marlon.
party.
Good
Morning,
man.
buddy.
See you, dude.
Super Christian Mario, everybody.
Very good, very good.
Ace-
Oh man,
Ace
look at
humor.
Georgia. 84% of that vote in, 52% going to Trump, 47 for Kamala. Come on,
Let's look up in Pennsylvania. Look at that number.
come on, let's go, let's go.
it
50
looks like
point.
they did find the votes in
50%.
Georgia.
Oh, very good. Yeah, in those old boxes that they give to you when you're being fired from your office desk job. Just a
Found
few
them
of
up
those
in a
stashed.
pecan
That's
tree.
the secret. They're not fake votes. They're just belated.
Right. We just
They're
didn't
aged.
date these ones from last time around, all the way back to the primaries.
It's like whiskey. We put them in a barrel 8 years ago.
I mean, these
Yeah,
people's
well-
vote has to be counted. If we don't count their vote, that's un-American.
like whether then or now. Oh my gosh, dude! Poly market 87% for Trump.
It's gonna
Harris
keep
is
going
down
up
12.
until something changes.
Like, okay, California's going to come in and it's going to knock it back.
No,
by
because
15.
they're going to already assume that California is going to go for Trump, right?
You
The
think?
electoral votes are already counted at that point.
California
got-
for Trump?
No, did I say that? I meant California.
You did.
they already
I mean,
put
that would be
California-
absolutely amazing, and I
It
would
be amazing.
I would be I don't know,
Ooh.
on a cloud for the rest of the night if that was the case, because that would be
Oh, I wouldn't go to sleep. I'd call into work tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'd be
I mean,
like,
I've
sorry, I was up all night watching the media absolutely lose their minds over something
Yeah.
like that.
I was up on all night watching all the actors who made promises to move to Canada have to make
That
good
might
on
actually
that.
be the thing. Like if
I
your
wanna
own
see-
team-
I want to see that mass exodus up to the communistically run regime that is just directly north of where I live all the time.
Oh,
I
we
have
did have-
Canadians.
we did have states called while we were talking because it was 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
So Utah
Montana.
went, Wyoming. None of these are surprising. Montana went, Wyoming went.
What's
Maybe
the score on yours there? Because I'm looking at 198 for Trump on New York Times.
205 to 117. So we got
Let's
65
go.
more.
Let's
points to
go.
go.
Let's go.
What? Okay. Why is Florida? They go from hanging chads to like, oh, we're done counting.
To just Chads.
Yeah, it's like, how do they just? They're just like, oh, 96% in, while Pennsylvania's like, oh, we got 49%. Like, can we just like copy paste their system so that we can not have to wait around all night?
Well, I think
Now-
they have, oh, that's what I think. They've cleaned that up so much that I feel like. Imagine states communicating together on that.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Now, like in Pennsylvania's defense, the roads there are absolutely miserable. So people were probably getting flats left and right just trying to get to the polling stations.
Well, that would
not all-
explain
not all the
Michigan,
tax
too.
on the
That's
road.
Probably the worst place I've ever been.
They backed the wrong conceptual horse. Oh, what is going on with Minnesota? There's only 2% of the vote in.
No,
Still?
speaking of backing the wrong horse, did you see all the Amish people up in Pennsylvania coming out for Trump? Buggies and
I
Trump
did.
flags on
That
the
toothless Amish guy that always talks about how bad the Amish are was like, "Yeah, the Amish are voting for Trump." And I'm like, what?
That was so funny. He goes, why did you vote for Trump? Well, things when Trump was president, we had a lot more freedom,
Yes.
and now we
Oh,
have
that was so
less,
good.
less freedom. It's like,
It's like, and this dude doesn't even have a social security card, nor does he have a driver's license.
Oh,
But
man.
he's still getting-
You can still
no,
get the
because they're
vote, I guess.
behind, right? That they use so they instead of listening to anybody else, they still actually listen to Glenn Beck.
Oh,
So-
jeez. Yeah.
They're still getting old Limbaughs bouncing off the moon.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Right.
Wait,
They-
how? I'm seeing
my
some-
boy
some
right
more-
now. Come on, Rush.
That's my boy.
They still don't know that, crap, what is it? That Braveheart gets the Oscar. Oh, my God. Wow.
New York
80
Times. Someone's saying New York Times is projecting Trump to win the popular vote.
Come on.
That's wild. When was the
Dude.
last time?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
Well, we won't have to hear any griping about the Electoral College for 4 years.
Yeah. Give me the pop. Give me the electoral.
Interesting thing behind this is, I think Vance has become such an impressive. Now we'll have to see how he is as a vice president, how the next 4 years go.
What do
But
you mean,
Vance-
how he is as a vice president? He has to just look good and like
Well, like I
answer a
said,
question
look.
once in a while. Like,
Right.
Politicians can always screw it up. We had in Virginia a governor and then senator in George Allen who was young enough and charismatic enough he was going to run, and he probably could have beaten Obama in 2008. But then he had that Mukaka incident where he was drunk at a party and was approached
what?
he was drunk at a party, was approached by a journalist, and he called him a Mukaka or something like that because it's an African term for monkey. It's derogatory, and they took it as a racist thing. Whole campaign fell apart. There's one thing. Dan Quayle at the daggone arguing with the kid on the spelling of potato. And he swore up and down he spelled it wrong, and the kid said he didn't. And the kid was right. And so Dan Quayle goes down in history as a big idiot.
Dude.
And you can screw things up. So
And
if
what's
he
the-
doesn't, he's a very viable candidate in 2028.
Hung
Okay.
Cow is still down, but to
I
be
am
fair, Tim Kaine did make a hilarious joke on
That
an
he is
SNL
Tim
skit.
Walz?
That was pretty funny.
Well, I mean, if you looked at him, I said it even before he popped up there because I was like, I haven't seen Tim Kaine in years. He looks just like Tim Walz. They even have the same
Yeah,
person.
exactly.
And then that ended up being like the whole skit. Like they couldn't
The
remember
whole
his name.
joke. He's the same guy. Just like, it's Tim Scott. I'm Tim Kaine. Like,
Now,
Whatever.
to be fair to Kane, I've never seen him wave like this. So
Yeah, and also just make tacos with zero cumin in them whatsoever. And oh yeah, it's just ground beef and mayonnaise. I make white guy tacos.
haven't you seen
Mountain
the even more ridiculous thing about that is that Tim Kaine has won cooking contests. So that entire I make white man tacos is all fake.
It's freaking stupid. Like he's won the chili contest. Like what are you talking about?
Guy knows how to season. Why is he?
He's just trying to be like the big, lovable, bumbling, stupid white
We got
guy
a-
to
we
make
got a
No,
solid
the
90
brown Kamala.
this
Gotta
is
look
a
better.
man who had home field advantage for the vice presidential debate at Longwood University in Virginia, where he is the sitting senator, and still couldn't bring it in. He ended up looking like a lunatic.
Dude, he looked like okay, you know when you see iguanas that are sitting on a branch and they kind of have their face tucked in because maybe they're a little too cold, so they're kind of going to that little I want to try and find body heat wherever they can, and the neck skin just kind of ruffles up. He had that look like him every single time he turned to the camera, and for whatever reason, his tell was he would go and he would just drop his lower teeth way on down.
He
And
had
he would
panic
gesture at
face
the
the
camera.
whole time. You're right.
Oh my gosh, like both eyes just totally blown. Like when you get dilated when you go in for an eye exam, just like every time he has to motion with his hand right back at the camera. Like, all right, tone it down. Just a little bit there, Mr. Mayonnaise Tacos.
We got a beautiful 90.3%. at Poly Market for Trump and a wonderful 9.6 for
Beautiful.
Harris.
It's a beautiful number. Almost as good as 100.
It's round. It's round. It's got an open. It's got a tail. You know, it's
This is just justice for Peanut. Nuts out for Peanut.
This is true. This is true. All of this in the end is really for Peanut.
yeah, that's what he just.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the meme of the with the big dominoes with Harambe, some kid falling into an enclosure. Trump winning in 2024.
I would not have guessed that the last time a Republican had the popular vote was Bush Cheney in 2004.
Ooh.
But thinking back, all I can remember about that run was the Kerry scream. Like that blah that he like let out.
That wasn't Kerry, that was Howard Dean.
Howard
Dean?
We're going back
I can't even put the right guy on it. I thought that was Kerry.
According to NBC,
It's okay.
Iowa,
I thought it was John Edwards at first.
I don't know
about that
if
a couple of weeks ago.
I don't know if you can refresh us. NBC called Iowa for Trump.
Come on.
No
Let's
way.
see.
Come on.
I mean, it's 4% right now on AP, so that would make sense.
NY's got it at 42%.
That's what I'm seeing in the gang's chat.
So if he gets Iowa, he can lose Pennsylvania.
You said wait,
Yeah.
have they flipped? Okay, I don't know why they have. CNN still has him up.
He can. There's just so
up.
many electoral votes he would get from Iowa. I mean, like we're looking 19 versus 6. Like, I want
Google
BA.
AP says Iowa's 51.6, Kamala 47.1. Yeah, I think that's
Iowa
probably...
should go to Trump anyway. I mean, I was expecting that.
Well, what was that one thing that because something happened in Iowa, it like flipped or something, or like there was like a spike increase for Kamala?
How many Puerto Ricans live in Iowa?
Oh, dude, that whole thing about killing Tony, like what even is that? All I know is I got family that flipped out over it because we happen to be Puerto Rican. I think it's hilarious, but I don't have the full context.
It was a speech.
That's so. All that red, and I just see Illinois as blue. It makes me angry.
Oh well, look. Imagine me with all my friends from different states that went to Trump, and mine sitting over there in blue. The only one, and we're supposed to be the Southern aristocracy, right there, just south of the Mason-Dixon line, and it's blue. West Virginia's red, Kentucky's red, Tennessee's red, North Carolina's red, Maryland, and the People's Republic of Maryland. And then us,
dude. I mean, it's tight. It's tight right now, though. 49.4% Harris, 48.9%.
Oh, they did just
Trump.
flip. Here it comes. It's
tight. It's tight.
They're gonna call Virginia for Harris then.
Nuts out. Nuts out. Everybody. All right. Nuts out. Nuts out.
Sad. Hold on. Let me remove them real quick.
How can people complain about gerrymandering when a state like Maryland exists? Like, look at that thing. It's like,
yeah.
Why does it have that little tail?
Never figured it out.
Wait, Virginia is blue?
Yeah, Virginia's flipped over just now.
Oh, I'm not seeing it on AP.
It's close though. It's 49-48.
That's
49-48, but generally this is
49-49 almost.
It's late in the evening. That's normally when Virginia lets me down.
What number you got? Still 205 for Trump there, 117 Harris. I'm looking at.
Yeah, they haven't called anything yet. Anything else?
Wait, what do you got called on yours? Because I'm looking at 112 Harris. You got 117. What flipped?
Probably New Hampshire. Maybe
Yep.
Oh, I just saw it flip. Dang it.
Yeah. Yeah, Fox seems to be a little bit ahead of everybody.
Man.
Oh, well, I mean, Virginia running. Never mind. I don't want to talk about Virginia.
Don't talk about it more.
I don't want to talk about it no more.
Boys' dresses, girls' bathrooms.
49.4 and 49. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
Dude, I know.
Wow.
It's like this every single election. And you hear it because it's all around here because this is a very red county. So all my friends and everybody on Facebook is like, "Oh, Virginia, Virginia, Virginia," and I'm like, "Wait for it, and then all of a sudden it's like, "What happened? What happened?
what do you
Why are
think
we
happened?
blue?"
So like biggest ones are in like we got Albemarle County, Henrico, we got Richmond, Norfolk,
right.
Norfolk. Gee, 70% Norfolk. Yeah. And then we're looking at Alexandria.
Norfolk's gonna go blue. Richmond will go blue.
Prince
The
William.
areas around Norfolk probably, for the most part, will like east and a little bit to the south because that's kind of the city area. And then it pretty much, and then there's Charlottesville, which is Albemarle County, Charlottesville where UVA is, and then up in the Northern Virginia. That's pretty much all the blue stuff.
Man, now can you imagine if they even took the electoral college voting concept to a microscopic level, where you've got counties now that have the biggest sway just for the state itself? Because I'm looking at a whole lot more red counties here for Virginia than I'm seeing blue.
Oh yeah,
counties.
it'll look like that. It'll look like that at the end of the. It looked like that at the end of 2020 and in 2016. It's like I said, it's just like Illinois.
Just like
A
New York.
sea of red and 2 spots of blue, and that's it.
Yep. It's like New York too. Oh my gosh. And like we're north enough up here in New York that people should be embittered enough to just vote red. And like Maine, I don't know what Maine is doing. I don't know what New Hampshire is doing. Get out of here with this. But I'm gonna end up bouncing here, guys. I'm gonna go back and join my lady. She's probably still watching the Timcast IRL, but this has been a lot of fun.
Awesome
All right,
chat
Eric.
as always.
Alrighty.
This is, yeah. We still have Georgia and North Carolina, everybody. Stupid CNN.
Georgia's at
I looked over, I was
88%.
like, why is it blue? And they weren't even right on the count. They were still behind on the count. And I looked back, I was like, oh, they're just dumb. And then all of a sudden, the next thing I know,
Every time. At least my state only has one blue county.
was it really?
He's saying
Yeah.
Arizona's
Only king.
is still blue.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it all depends on it's not a it's okay. So the percentage is not the percentage of the expected vote. The percentage is the percentage of precincts.
Mm-hmm.
So a precincts vary in size. And so that's why you can say, oh, it's 48%. And you think it's 48% of the state has reported in. No, 48% of the precincts have voted in. So if you've got a precinct that's out in the middle of BFE and has a population of 1,200 versus a precinct near a metropolitan area and has, 35,000. That's where the votes kind of get skewed. And that's where you're like, oh, Virginia's at 95%. Where are we going to, and then they're like, but Trump's still got a healthy lead. Not saying that's the case here, but just things we've seen before. Trump's still got a healthy lead. And then the next thing you know, it's like, but they're calling it and he's still winning. And they're like, yeah, because the precincts that haven't, they've got this many people. The exit polls show that he's going to have, that they're going to have this kind of margin, and it's just not enough. That's part of the science behind it that I'm aware of.
I mean, you know more than me. I'm just like, okay.
Right now, the governor results are the GOP is already up to 25.
How do we look in the Senate?
47-36. GOP to the Dem.
Dang.
But Washington and California.
What am I supposed to
haven't
click
reported
on? You
it.
sent me this link, and it was the same one I had up. What am I? Is it the?
Does that
There's
not
literally
just literally
tabs
pull a
that
map
say
up
pre-
for you? What's wrong with your
No, it
Google?
just pulled this up.
Your Google's broken. Here's what mine looks like.
I
Here,
think you're using Brave, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's probably the reason why.
Oh, yeah.
Mine opened up just fine.
See, I pull it up. It looks like this. When I just search election map, it just gives me the election map, and then you can hit House, Governor.
Yeah.
So
Stupid
47-36.
Brave.
House 132-89. Governors 25, 22.
I've usually used Brave, but like it's just like sometimes it works just fine, and then other times it's like I don't have time for it to be weird, sort of thing.
Oh wait, how did I do that?
Magic.
Oh, you hit the button.
No, I booted my own. Oh, now I'm being stupid.
Come on, Boomer.
You'll find
How
it.
did that happen? Oh, well, you just had. Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
One
Georgia
of my
called
friends
for
says
Trump, says Thad the
Georgia
man.
and North Carolina
Oh, Thad,
called
really?
from Decision Desk. Apparently.
Say what?
GA in North Carolina called from Decision Desk.
Ooh, that's huge.
Apparently, I'm seeing Thad in the chat saying Georgia called for Trump.
It would make sense. It's
We got it back.
3%.
We never should have lost in the first place. I won it 4 years ago.
North Carolina is a huge margin, but it's crazy because they're both like 200,000 people, but North Carolina has half the people, so
Yeah.
the 200,000 means a lot more.
Come on, Virginia. Come on, be like Rudy.
Rudy, the handicap football guy,
He's not handicapped.
is he not?
He was just small. He was
Oh, I
just
thought.
Samwise.
Oh, I'm thinking of
played.
radio. Sorry, I'm thinking of autism football.
Yes. Oh, man.
Virginia's 0.4%. Like it's not like
Crazy.
a poll away. It's kind of crazy.
It's crazy, and it's like only like 68% reporting. Ugh.
It's wild. What do we have, like 100% already in Florida? 96.
See, yeah, this is where again it's like, oh, it's gonna take time to count. It's like, dude,
Does it?
Not if it's called. If they call it, they call it. You can't uncall it, guys. This isn't 2000.
Who calls it? I thought it was just
That
some
was-
guy on the news who's like, yeah, it's pretty much going this way.
I don't know. That's
Is there
the
like
because that was
the
the whole
Attorney
argument.
General
For,
just sits there and he's like, this way.
well, I remember that was the big thing with Rudy Giuliani when he's like, "Oh, the news called it." And you see
You
that.
think Harris is laughing right now? The results is like, oh, they just called Georgia for Trump.
Yes, of course.
What
she's
am I
laughing.
gonna do?
She has the nervous laugh of a child.
Of a dying hyena.
The dean of the Electoral College.
Hmm.
Ah,
Where's-
Dean.
what-
Did somebody say? Somebody said North Carolina was called too.
My bros say Georgia and North Carolina called from Decision Desk.
Whose decision desk?
He just sent a link, decisiondeskhq.com.
These people are trying to steal my social security checks. That's what they're doing.
What do you guys think? You think we'll actually know tonight?
No, never.
Maybe. It depends.
Unless you get Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Iowa all go Trump, then yeah, we'll know. But
Yeah.
there's
If Virginia had gone, I'd be like, yeah, we'll know in probably an hour and a half. But it really, yeah, if Georgia and North Carolina, it's starting to look really good. And if Pennsylvania goes, I think if he gets Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, I think all he needs after that is Arizona. Let's see, what is he at? 205 they called now? Let me pull up my calculator.
At
Right, it's like
Arizona,
205.
it's still at 49%, but it's like
205,
a 0.2
Plus-
difference. Oh,
16 plus 16.
I mean, if he gets Pennsylvania, then it's like 291, I think.
maybe. I don't know.
Probably going to win Iowa. So
Lose Minnesota, lose
56
Wisconsin.
plus 6. Yeah. So after that, if he wins Iowa, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina State, he only needs 8 more electoral points. So I mean, Nevada going his way almost could do because Idaho's probably. I think Idaho's going to go for him. That'll be 4.
we've shipped a lot of people out to Idaho, but most of them were already rednecks that were trying to escape. So I don't think it's going to
Just
shift
send 'em
the
over.
demo.
Went up into that little skinny spot, and they're all like bottlenecked up there.
No. I don't know anybody in the skinny spot. That's where the white nationals live.
New York,
I don't know.
Eric
I don't
just
know
said-
Idaho.
Eric just sent New York Times says 51 for Trump. For Georgia, excuse me.
You know, yeah. Famously, the panhandle of Idaho has a, what the heck are they called? It's like a skinhead colony.
Skinhead colony.
Yeah,
Like you get in there, they're just all wandering around.
Ooh,
it's like a nature reserve.
that the
but-
decision desk said that Virginia gave it to Harris.
Who gave it to Harris?
That this decision,
decision
desk.
desk?
Yeah,
The-
HQ.
Yeah, it's starting to widen out a little bit more.
Oh,
I hate you more than Virginia. I really like. It's just like the Washington wants to split and California wants to split. That's a big. It would be very popular for Virginia to go. Everything north of Fredericksburg, just be your own state. And you can be North Virginia. We can be State Virginia. Or we can be South Virginia. It might confuse people because you need to go from North Virginia to South Virginia to North Carolina to South Carolina.
Then there's
Or
no
Chase
East Virginia.
Oliver, 0 electoral votes.
Maybe they'll call them New Virginia.
Could
like
you
New
just
York.
chop it off and make a East Virginia? On this
Maybe,
season
but
of
it's more
Skinhead
north.
Island. It was Hayden Lake. If anyone wants to look it up, it was a supreme failure from a lot of very unintelligent people.
Potatoes for Trump.
Oh yeah.
Eat a hoe. Boom. Arizona switching back the other way at 49%. Oh, it is so close. That's wild.
I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. Fill my water cup up. I'll be right back.
Do
guys.
it. Fill the water cup. I've
Water.
got the whiskey cup
Water.
tonight.
I do.
This
get
look. If I had this, if I had been drinking anything
I need
out
to
of this,
refill mine too.
I've got Whistle Pig back here.
Oh,
you can't
nice.
see it.
The whistling piggy time.
That's for that. That's to break out with. I had the McKenna 10-year that I was going to break out if Virginia had won, but for just a regular win, it's the Whistle Pig. So
All right, let's see. What are the campaigns saying? Trump on X.
See,
We are
GOP
getting-
for Senate's 48 to 36.
California, 1 more hour. Polls are open until 8 p.m. local. If you are in line by the cutoff, they must let you vote. Go now and stay in line. Who stands in line in California? Like I said, we fill out an envelope, we put that envelope in another envelope, that envelope in a security envelope, and that into another envelope, sign it, and drop it off in a box.
Like for Texas, our like early voting was like October 21st. I did it like the very first day. Like to me, it's just like
Oh,
why would you not do that? Like because I'm not. I don't.
I'll tell you why. Because I vote down ballot, and I very specifically do so in a way that makes the most sense for me. And the problem is, we will have these ballot initiatives that are, like we've got one in Washington right now. Let me pull it up real quick, because it's kind of ridiculous. All right, measure 2066. Because for some reason, not only do we have we all signed a thing to put an initiative on the ballot, but also our legislature will just stick stuff on the ballot and be like, hey, we think this will work. What do you guys think? And we can say yes or no to it. And so we had this one that says, ensure access to natural gas. Sounds great. I'm like, okay, cool. Access to natural gas. That works for me. But when you start reading about it, it's like, this is going to remove the incentives that they can offer for your electrical bill, so that you, like, if you buy like an Energy Star appliance or something, you can get like a discount on that kind of thing. But it'll ensure that new construction can get access to natural gas. And I'm like, but like most new construction will end up using propane anyway. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Then it says if you vote against it, that now you're not going to have any of the discounts and the deals and the rebates and the stuff from like the power company, because they're going to be having to pay for all this natural gas infrastructure. And I'm like, it's not a clear like just remove like the restriction. It's like we're either gonna change the restriction or we're gonna remove this incentive. And it's like, why can we not have the incentive and remove the restriction? Like this, I hate this measure.
Yeah, I feel you. Oh gosh. Ugh.
I do like how we've gone from drain the swamp to swamp the vote. I think that was a little genius marketing tactic there.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what
we got.
All right. Also had to raid one of my kids' Halloween candy bowls.
Very good. Very good. Let's see.
Now, the beautiful thing is, now that I've got a third that I push around in a stroller for this last Halloween, the candy just goes to you.
Oh, nice.
And they hold out the bowl, so you're like, oh yeah, I want that Butterfinger, or Twix, or Kit Kat.
Let's see, we've got 26 to 22 governor results. GOP 137.91, House 48.37, GOP. Apparently, the Dems have lost a seat.
This is an AI of Trump. I don't believe that this is real.
I want to see that sucker.
Hold on. Here you go. It's everything about it is too much of a meme for this to be a real Trump video.
Oh gosh.
There you go, Stu. You can pull that up.
Wait, what?
Pull up the link I put in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
That's the most recent vote-related thing, is Trump saying this over and over again. Oh, you didn't hit allow audio when you shared that browser.
Oh, dude, hang on.
God dang it.
Yeah, he does sound a little, definitely.
It's the hands that get me.
Hey,
It's like, bro, we're not opening a door or conducting an opera here.
Yeah, I can hear it kind of in the.
Oh, it won't let me do it unless I do the tab. Okay, if I do the window, it won't let me. That's
I see.
Thanks, Streamer. I really need to find a new stream.
Have you tried Rumble Studio?
I have not.
I use
that's
Rumble
one
Studio.
One of the reasons why I haven't done Rumble, I'm not streaming to Rumble as well, is because it's not easy to do.
They fixed a lot of stuff. If you ever need help, just let me know. I can help you.
You should just be using OBS, considering you don't. Wait, do you multi-stream?
No. Yeah, I do. I streamed on Facebook too.
Rumble,
but the Twitter thing is broken.
Rumble, you can create an ingress, and then you can use OBS through Rumble. So you can have your OBS layout and everything. And
really complicated for a boomer like myself.
You just said ingress, and it didn't have to do with busting down doors and dropping flash. Like, he doesn't know what you just said.
It's a Christian stream. I can't have those feelings.
That's what they.
All right, let's hear it.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you. Hi, Republicans.
Wait, how big is this line that I have to stay in? Like, what do we?
The line is little, and then it's big, and then it's little and big, so you don't know how long you're going to be in the line.
Hilariously, the Kamala Harris Twitter also 3 hours ago. If you're in line before the polls close, stay in line.
Well, I'll take the Christian Mario approach to that. It's like, no, you can go home. You can go straight home. All right, what do we got? So we finally called Iowa. Fox still hasn't called Georgia yet, though. News Nation, I was just downstairs talking to my father-in-law. News Nation has called Georgia and North Carolina. And I think so has Newsmax. But, I mean, Newsmax is pretty right. Pretty far right compared to the other guys.
Dragon's Ball PP. Yeah.
Trump's still doing well in there.
I love. Okay, I'm just like scrolling through Kamala's Twitter now. I love that this ad campaign is just rubbing it in the face of Joe Biden. Hold on. Don't play the audio with this one. Just pull it up.
Oh, that makes it easier to share.
Yeah. Because I'm sure the music is going to be copyrighted, but like the video itself is. Just wait for it. He'll get it up, I swear, everyone. Here it comes.
What she said.
Look, she can go downstairs. She made it.
I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure trying to watch that. It's
quick cuts.
It's like this crazy like drum line going, and every time the snare is hit, it's a cut. So they're just like,
golly. That's about as awkward and like it's jarring, right? Which is pretty much her entire campaign.
Half of her blazers look like she's wearing her husband's blazer. And actually, no, it looks like her and Tim Walz switched blazers because his is never long enough. Like if you look at Tim Walz when he raises his hands, his blazer is like past his belly button. You're like, bro, maybe you should get a properly fitting suit there, bro.
No, stop, turn off. Oh wait, y'all can't hear it anyway.
No, we can't. We can't hear it at all. Is that Tim Kaine?
Can't. No, there's no way to know.
Who knows?
Like Gemini said, have you seen Tim Kaine and Tim Walz in the same room at the same time?
Not to this day. Oh my gosh! The Libertarian Party has overtaken Jill Stein by 2,000 votes. And Bobby general? Kennedy is at 300,000 to Jill Stein's 341. Come on, Bobby. You're not even running and you're about to beat Jill Stein.
I was like, oh, I guess she is running again. I mean, it's just like, we're the Green Party. Let's just roll out the same candidate every year. Trump is running again. This is his third time running.
Yeah.
Might as well.
I always, because I'm in such a blue state, I'm always like, oh, we got to get that third party over past, 5% so they can get national funding. And I'm looking at the list. I'm like, well, Bobby's out. And it's either Jill Stein or Chase. Like, I don't think either of these guys are going to pull over 1%. Like, I'll just see if we can make Washington purple. We'll see.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Well, Minnesota, who knows? That's still way too early.
Minnesota's up to 5%. It has taken them an hour and 45 minutes to count 5% when Florida had like 60% in the first like 20 minutes. Like
Florida was done.
How cold is it up there?
Ridiculous.
Is done in Florida. Or almost 97%, really.
Wisconsin is shocking.
Wisconsin
they only have
Wisconsin went red in 16. Michigan went red in 16. Pennsylvania went red in 16.
Yeah, but they didn't go red in 20. Did they?
Huh?
I thought Wisconsin went blue in 20 though.
No, I'm pretty sure they went red.
I don't recall.
2020.
I think Pennsylvania went blue though.
Here we go. 2020.
Yeah, Trump just took the lead in Arizona.
2020, Wisconsin and Michigan were both blue.
No, I said 2016.
Oh.
You said 2016, but then Blaine mentioned 2020.
Oh, okay.
So you guys were right.
It's not unusual for me to not be paying proper attention to the conversation.
I see how this is.
I just found a button I can just click over to 2020 results and compare to 2024.
Fancy.
It's on the 270towin.com website.
Hmm.
I wish I hadn't done that. Let me hit the back button.
Hadn't done what? What'd you do?
Press the. What is this?
This is click the map.
But yeah, I used to have the whole map, and now I've got half a.
What are you talking about? Oh, this?
Give me the whole map. There we go.
Oh, you did it. Oh,
You-
hide that. There you
Yeah,
go.
hide that, you boomer.
I
Who
can't
needs
help
the
it.
rest
I
of
can't help
Fox
when I was
News?
born.
Does basic reading a tough thing for you? Just
I do
Sometimes.
prefer the Fox News Senate map though, because they have like the seats, and it like I don't know, it fills in a very satisfying way versus
Yeah,
looking
no,
at the.
let's take a look at it. Wait, no.
Oh no, where'd that one? That's the one in the article is the one I want, but they don't do that anymore. I guess that's annoying.
Hold on, I think CNN was doing it though. Nope.
Nope, loading maps. We're only maps here.
At least there's this. But yeah, I like the satisfying one where you see the little dots supposed to be.
Yeah,
people
they're
looking-
like. It's like a fuel gauge. Never quite full.
never quite full.
Senate gained
flip.
one seat for GOP. Which seat?
Or wait, I'm seeing Vermont, and then Maine apparently.
Well, Vermont's Bernie, so
Maine, Angus King Jr. Sounds like a burger.
That's an
but
independent.
they haven't
though.
been called yet on this map.
Oh, this is Senate. Just remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Angus.
Ooh, that would be bad. Nebraska losing to the.
I showed Nebraska.
I think it was West Virginia.
Nebraska's gone to Pete. West
Yeah,
Virginia.
that's the flip. The flip was Jim Justice in West
Whoa,
Virginia.
Jim
'Cause
Justice
Manchin.
crushed Glenn.
Oh yeah.
Why? What happened over
Because
there?
Manchin was popular outside of his party.
I
So
see.
when he scooted out, I mean, it was going to go red. It was that was the reason that he was, he was such a pivotal swing vote.
Yeah. Interesting. And then in the House, the Dems have lost 3 seats. GOP's gained 2. How does that make sense?
Independence.
You'd think there'd be a little yellow independent, though, wouldn't there?
They're making it purple, so it's hard to see.
This says Republican, Democrat, other, and other has 0 seats.
I don't know.
Maybe they just don't even have a candidate. They're like, well, we're losing this
Oh, that
one.
might be.
We're losing this house.
Biden has dementia, and he's running, and he was still running. I'm getting out.
9 minutes from the closing of our polls here. 8 o'clock. That's when we close our polls.
Come on, Washington, come through for Trump.
Big purple, baby. I want someone to I just want them to come talk to us. You know? Like, they're like, all right, Pennsylvania, we're going to be
You gotta
fracking.
fly
Like-
Boeing to get out there.
Like, come out here and talk to me about airplanes, apples, and, I don't know, the apple
Future
maggot and how it's a big problem. And we need to stop people from spreading the apple maggots around because that's our big industry on the East. Washington getting the treatment West Virginia used to get before G-Dub Bush.
Bad the man out there. The Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN are all going to call the Chicago Bears football season over.
Do you want the
and,
Bears to
he
win or
tweet-
lose?
he
I
shared a
forget.
tweet with me earlier that had Elon Musk pretty much calling it. It's a game, set, and match. So
Is that game going on right now?
no, there's no game going on.
Okay, I was going to
They're
say
calling
that,
the
that would be wild if
season
someone was like,
time.
you know what we're going to do? We're going to play our sport game on election night.
Well, the trade deadline, which is what is today, and so like the sports, and that's probably good because all the sports talk guys we're talking about that instead, because then they start having opinions on politics, and it just ends up pissing everybody off. So probably the producers are all like, "Thank you,
Thank you."
Look at what Dana Perino looks like. She's dressed up as Colonel Sanders today. Let me see, is there a
Dana Perino?
She's one of the commentators on Fox News. Let's see if I can pull it up and
Oh, yes, I know Dana.
if they've got a video of her talking.
Dana Perino looks like you told an AI to make you a woman for a yogurt supplement commercial.
If you pull up Fox News right now on your TV or whatever, that's what you'll see. It's got like this weird, like,
Oh, actually, I can go to YouTube TV. Never mind.
yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm watching YouTube TV on my tablet right next to me.
I was like, well, TV, what do you think I am? I'm got a boomer? That's right, I have YouTube TV so I can watch all of the racing shows. Because it's cheaper than doing F1 for a year.
It is. It absolutely is. That's what I did that.
Next.
Oh, she's not on there anymore. I'm sure she'll be back on the
Decision 2024. You said it was the most important election of your lifetime.
every friggin' year. Like,
What is
it?
my
How do you say it,
name?
like Carl from Aqua Teen? Every friggin' year. You said that about the Bush,
Oh,
Bush
Carl.
election of 2000. I was at the Meadowlands.
Let's see. You said she's on Fox. Choose the version you want. Let's do the Fox News version.
He's still holding strong in Georgia and North Carolina, though. It's a little bit less.
Michigan, too soon to
50.
call.
North Carolina?
North Carolina, he's at 50.77. He was at 51 or
You weren't
52, I
kidding.
think. What?
This is the Colonel Sanders tie and
Yes.
everything. Like,
I'm like saying it's like part of the lace on her or the trimming on her shirt, but it ends
hold
up
on, I got a
looking-
snip of this. This is so funny. And she's in like a panel of like, why do they have like 30 people like in a semicircle?
Why not? I
talking to
I
each
had a
other?
panel of 5 going on for a while there with
I would like to be on the election night stream to improve my image.
I'm a commentator, daggone it. I'm important too.
It's starting to look less and less likely of a possible mathematical tie. Yeah, I mean, the mathematical tie, isn't it like there's 3 different ways it can happen? Like, it's not super easy.
Oh, right now Harris is hoping for a tie right now.
Matt Taibbi still using the word Twitter.
I'll say it every now and then, but
Oh, I say it all the time. What am I supposed to do? Not tweet about it?
I change it. I'll say like X, but then like tweet or like
I'll
Twitter,
never
but-
not call it
but make a
Twitter.
post or something.
Michigan. Still waiting on the dog.
Three minutes away.
Chris Wallace saying Kamala needs a miracle to win.
Well, now
I mean, he probably said that like 30 years ago. Just
as
in,
I said
CNN's
earlier,
Chris Wallace
I
says it
saw
would be a
Karl
miracle
Rove
if
and I was like, "Oh, is he going to bring out his little dry erase board and draw all the numbers and cry?"
Chris Wallace, as weird as the guy looks, the guy's got like a great voice though. He really is like, he's like the last of the newscaster voice.
Yeah,
It would be
I'm
a
seeing
miracle if
people
Kamala
saying
could
that,
win with
like-
these numbers.
I'm seeing people are saying that like it's possible he could win the popular vote too.
Yeah, somebody said that earlier here.
Well, I think I mentioned it,
I was about to say, I thought it was you though.
but like I'm seeing like other people talking about how he could be flipping the popular. It went up now because now it's 37% Trump, 63% Harris. So I mean, maybe I'm just seeing like from the other things I'm seeing, it's not like it. The gap seems closer, so I don't know how up to date this one is on Polymarket.
They just called the other half. They just called Maine half to Harris, half to Trump.
Here you go. I'll make this easy on you, Stu.
We don't want easy.
Spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country,
or angry, dissatisfied or angry.
I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50% they traditionally.
Conventional terms, it could use a miracle.
We've only told you and how much we're pissed off so many times. Oh, we didn't.
Well, I always thought that was weird. It's like, okay, if everybody's unhappy, right, and everybody doesn't think, oh, Thad, you said that the New York Times was projecting Trump. I thought, like I said, I thought I heard it somewhere. The idea of picking her never made sense if Biden was mentally incapacitated or unpopular in his presidency, because she's right there next to him.
I'm just confused.
She never said anything. She's never said anything about him having dementia. He clearly hasn't.
I'm just curious why they ultimately went with her. Like, what was?
I think like, they figured that the election was probably lost, and so that they were going to have to kind of,
I guess,
they were going to have to just let this one go. Oh, they called California for Harris with 0% reporting in. Harris is going to win California.
Aye.
And Oregon. No, it hasn't. This is them on the news, not up here. But they have her up at 173, so the tallies up here is reflecting it. There it is.
Washington and Idaho.
Oh, way to let us down.
You know,
Greg's the only one here with a red state.
Don't worry, I represent you. I represent the heart. You know what I mean?
You are. I mean, the entire world could live in your state.
You know what, Justin?
And we'd all have like a quarter acre or something.
But he's from
Very
Chicago.
true. I will admit we need to work on the power grid, but
yeah, we can figure that out later.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was working at for a rail company when that freeze went through Houston and Afton Chemical, not Afton, Arkema, I think. Arkema Chemical, that chemical plant, the power shut down and the plant blew up. I mean, everybody knew it was happening, so everybody was trying to clear the stuff out as much as they could. But it was just like, yeah, once this stuff reaches a certain temperature, and since the refrigerator's turned off, it's gonna blow up. They were a customer of ours.
Yeah.
See, look, Fox is doing the balance of power Senate thing with the little seats and everything, like we like it, on their television show. They won't do it on the website.
Don't play
bat.
this Martin quote on stream, but if anybody else watches The Simpsons, they know what I'm talking about when Martin's gathering up his sticks and trying to motivate everyone. It's so good.
It's just how he says it too.
And the fact that they can broadcast it because it's definitionally correct.
It is.
I remember watching that live on TV. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy.
Come on, he's up 51% in Pennsylvania.
Gosh, there's just the thing you just sent just makes me think of those straight white dudes for Harris, like the gayest thing ever. Oh,
That's literally what the thing said was white dudes for Harris
Yeah,
trying
no.
to gather a coalition.
like I see
Well-
that, but then you have
So
that.
the one that was
Oh.
one that was going around Twitter today was CNN was interviewing a white man who was in tears talking about how he voted for Harris because it was important to him because he had 3 daughters to be able to have an abortion if they felt like they needed to. And woke preacher clips did some investigating, and he works as like an athletic director or something at a Christian college. And it's just like, golly, guys.
I saw this and this just made me chuckle. I wasn't laughing at what you were saying, but I saw
I know.
this and this just made me laugh. I don't know. It's so dumb.
That goes back to the days when Maddox was funny. And
Maddox is funny again, I think. He was he at least had one banger where he was clowning on Dick, so I mean
it's easy to do that now.
yeah, exactly. So sometimes some old losers can pull out some new wins.
What's old is new again.
like
Dude,
DSP winning
Elon-
against RTU. I mean,
Oh gosh,
you
yeah.
just gotta wait until there's a worse person.
Elon
Even
just
Boogie was like dogging on RTU, and that guy faked cancer.
Oh yeah. Elon just posted a link of a Spotify link of Amish Paradise by Weird Al.
Yes.
I love Weird Al.
I don't know why I didn't think about that one because my brother lives up in Pennsylvania, so he was telling me about it, and I was like, "Are you serious?"
Oh
yeah, they're out.
Veritex
He said he
app.
was like, yeah, "It's the Ents are moving against Isengard."
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Idaho, yay! Idaho got called.
Yeah, Veritex. That was really hilarious when it was like, oh, I'm shocked. Well, I mean, not that shocked. Like, look at him.
All right, it's all starting to. All right, well, Virginia's gone. I think. I don't think Virginia's coming back. North Carolina's tightening up a little bit. Georgia's going back up to 51. Why haven't they called those two yet? I really want them to go ahead and call North Carolina and Georgia.
Because if they call it, then they can't call it.
I know.
Because when they call looking for more votes, it's just, we want to make sure they're all counted.
Uh, 2016 or 216. He's at 216 now.
Okay, Arizona's at 50%. And Minnesota's at 12%. What is wrong with that state? They're in Michigan at 28. Like, that's not as bad, but like, still, how are you that low? And states in the
they're comparable. They're comparable electoral votes. They should be about the same, right? And they're the same size. And you can't say Arizona doesn't have a bunch of wilderness. It's just desert instead of woods,
Yeah, exactly.
lakes.
Tundra versus desert.
Maybe they had a
Yeah.
bunch of Amish people too, and they're bugging them in.
Got that old Portland Eugene blue in Oregon. I want to see the Washington map. I hate that they make it blue before there's any votes in. Like, come on.
No.
I get it, but like, just let me see the map. P in microid size. Oh, big stretch. Ugh.
Big old stretch.
Wait.
Jonas, what, 50?
216 plus 16 plus 16 plus 19. What's that? 267. Oh, they flipped another Senate seat in Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I still.
Yeah, the
I
one
haven't
on Google isn't updating isn't showing like the Senate seat of Ohio.
It's delayed by about 5 minutes from what I can tell. And I don't know if that's just the AP or if that's something else. Let me actually go to the AP's website, see if it's different.
No, very true.
Let's see.
AP.
Ohio. No, the AP hasn't declared it. But Ohio's got JD Vance in office, so that'll change.
RCP has Michigan flipping to Harris with 31% of the vote and 51 to 47. They haven't called it yet, but that's just how it's tracking right now. But with 61% of the vote of precincts in, Wisconsin's still showing Trump up 50 and Harris 48.3.
What makes Colorado blue?
Denver?
The weed.
Yeah.
Have you been to Colorado?
I haven't. I have relatives that live there, and they're conservative.
I want to go, but everything about Colorado as a state, from what the people that I've talked to who live there, that have moved out here, is that it's very similar socially to Washington, where there's a lot of place where people just kind of like, it's out in the wilderness and nobody does anything, but like there's just Denver, Fort Collins, and then maybe around like Pikes Peak, you'll just have these like incredibly blue sections because everybody wants to just show up and snowboard and relax and have a good time.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Thanks, Veritex, for blowing everybody's feel good story.
I'm going to throw my hung cow.
Putting it right there in the
signage
wood
out.
chipper. Yeah, Virginia's not coming back. It's gonna go for Trump, or it's gonna go for Harris.
Well,
1.6%.
In the words of Chris Wallace, we can always hope for a miracle.
A miracle.
A miracle.
Good night, Veritex.
Virginia is 57,000 people away from being a red state.
It's going to be more by the end.
Yeah,
57,000.
Less than half of what I hoped. Get into my King Theoden mode. 51-47 in Pennsylvania.
Minnesota over here, proving why I don't know why we have an electoral college in the first place, because we can't just let popular consensus run these things.
Elon says game
sitting
spent
on everything.
match.
Yeah, that was the one that was the tweet that Dad sent to me earlier. He's still up by a pretty wide margin in the popular vote.
Haven't looked lately. old
See if
Poly Market.
RCP has changed anything.
Poly's the odds one, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, like, where everyone, again, I think I said it earlier, why, like, a lot of people are saying that he's, like, the popular vote's going to flip. Because he's at 37.63. But he's at 93.9% of being elected president to that,
like that
beautiful
Bono quote
6.6.
I like that Bono quote he tweeted out there that you just shared. It's the vows to drive his car off a cliff if Donald Trump wins the election.
I don't know what I don't.
Dana Perino's back on if you want to clip that picture. It's a really great.
I tried to, but YouTube TV blocks screen share or screenshots.
Boo.
Do you ever see the concert where U2 Bono? Is that Bono, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bono's out there and he's like, starts clapping. And he's like, every time I clap, somebody somewhere dies from AIDS. And someone in the crowd just shouts, "Stop clapping, asshole!"
No.
Like, what a weird way to try to like stand on your soapbox.
The only thing I know of Bono is that South Park episode.
Oh, really?
Where Randy takes the biggest shit, and then it turns out in
that
the
Bono
end,
is the biggest.
Well, they did that. They did that stunt with Apple. So if you had an iPod or an iPhone, it automatically downloaded like their album on your.
I remember that. I remember that.
Why do I have U2 on my iTunes?
I uninstalled that immediately. The
Such a
Bono thing. A bunch of assholes.
such a poor move. Like, it's like, of course everybody's gonna love that. Everybody loves U2. No, not everybody does. Lots of people don't particularly care about them. It's not Ireland. The entire world isn't Ireland.
Nope.
So I saw an Instagram video yesterday of a chick playing the bagpipes, doing the Freebird solo on the bagpipes, and she was pretty much nailing it. I was impressed.
Shredding it like a boss.
Yeah. What would the bagpipes equivalent be for shredding?
Blowing. I mean,
really blowing it.
Finger flipping. Twiddling.
Finger twiddling like a boss.
Twiddling, yeah, I think twiddling might be it.
Old twiddling that bagpipe.
All right, Nevada, polls are closed. What's stopping you from reporting in?
Got that gas leak. Aye.
Oh my gosh. Andrew Len's bagpipe journey? The dictionary of bagpipers? Give me a minute. I'll let you know what the term is.
Okay. I think nothing will
squeezing. Yeah. Felty is up there with bag squeezing.
Bag squeezing them. I think nothing will top though Zamfir, master of the pan flute.
Skirl? Skirl? To play the bagpipe? The sound of a bagpipe, a shrill cry.
Oh, it's probably some weird Celtic word that isn't pronounced like it looks.
Yeah,
am I still
right.
on?
Well, you know
Hold
what?
on.
You can look at the bagpipe dictionary yourself, and you can figure out what it's, what the term is. Let me know when you finish reading it. $214, $179 on AP.
Yeah, here it is. So what? Yeah, there's the pickups on the house. Yeah, they've picked up 2
Houses plus 2
so far.
Okay.
There's still a lot that haven't been called yet. Vindman. So Vindman, the guy, it's either him or his brother, but remember Colonel Vindman or whatever, who was part of that whole Ukrainian
thing, that trouble that Trump got in, he was the one who was like, oh, he was bullying the Ukraine to do stuff to Biden. That's him. It's either him or his brother running. Ugh.
Sounds like a homo to me.
Ooh, Arizona at 50% with almost 50-50. But the only counties left are like the out there counties.
Yeah. Are you looking at the link you sent us?
No, the link I sent you was bagpipe dictionary.
I'm talking about the election, not the bagpipes.
Yeah. I'm
Andrew
looking at the AP Google.
Now I'm looking at the oh wow, this is like HTML coding.
Isn't
101.
that great? It's like
That's
Web
all.
1.0.
None of these are real words.
I just
Oh, the
I love websites that still use the old, like, back in the day.
They're actually like in HTML. They're not in like
so-
CSS.
Angel
Oh,
Fire,
so beautiful.
full Angel Fire website.
I love this Photoshop picture of Andrew up here.
On his bagpipe channel.
Wait,
I'm on a
it says,
bagpipe.
please visit
Jenny.
his sponsors, but I can't click anything. I want to know what his sponsors are. No.
You can read his competition journal from 1999. That was his first piping competition.
Hey,
Piping, that's what it's called.
Piping.
We're gonna party like it's 1999.
Oh, piping.
Bagpipes Paradise.
See,
Oh,
this
no,
is
in
why
2006?
this is why the past is the best, because it's so simple.
In
And yet-
2007, 2008, he suffered, or no, 2007, he had a wrist hand problem. Hasn't finished typing up his Mount Tam, and also haven't computer
No,
played
we
much
need to
since.
start a Gibson Go. I
He's
hope
got
his-
mild CTS/RSI.
I hope he
Dude,
got
this
that.
guy pipes so hard that he hasn't been able to compete for 3 years, and he's been competing since 1999. Like,
Okay, we need to start a Gibson Go for this guy because I want to see him back and shredding and
you gotta
piping.
get him,
Excuse me,
Got to get him piping again.
got to get him piping. Let's see.
Oh no, the server below. Okay, he
okay,
left
here
an
we go.
email. We can
Oh
just
yeah, if he
email
wins
him.
all four of those, he's got
Here
it.
we go. To tongue is the vibrating surface of a reed.
Yeah, you tongue a saxophone. That's why Clinton was the tonguer in chief.
Very
He was
nice,
a lot
very
of things
good.
in Chief.
Sounds like a gentleman. Let's see.
Oh, did you see the tweet that somebody made about Monica Lewinsky, and the community notes came by? Said that somebody said talked about where
North Carolina got called.
Ooh.
who called it?
AP at least.
Oh, AP's called it.
Oh yeah, red. Whew. A good. He got there. A little worrisome, but he got there, in my opinion. A popcorn top, a pronounced checkerboard texture weave at the top of a hose. Typically a separate piece of attire, a cuff, that is slipped over the top of the hose, but may also be integrated into the hose itself. The old popcorn top. I just now want to read all these bagpipe terminologies. A goose. A type of bagpipe with only a chanter and no drones, used for practice. One can make a goose of a full set of bagpipes by plugging the drone stock.
That is not a community note for this stream.
No, it's not.
Listen, don't be pulling a goose.
No goosing on your
Don't,
pipe.
no goosing in the stream.
Yeah, I see where AP has it. That'll put him at 230.
Before you contact me, please read these.
Or 232. I should put them at 232.
Listen, guys, if you want a good set of bagpipes, you can check out the Brazilian rosewood. Apparently, it's a wood that is sometimes used for making bagpipes, though it's not as prized as the African blackwood. The scientific name is Delbergia.
I think we just call it ebony. I don't think it's called blackwood anymore.
Golly.
I think that's funny, though. A lot of people don't know that ebony is literally wood. Dude, this contact me form says, if you are a Pakistani or Indian company trying to sell me the products or musical instruments you make, please don't contact me as you will not get a reply from me. That's the last thing on the list of, like, ifs.
I'm looking at that right now. Oh, my gosh. That's amazing. My face is hurting from smiling. I want to know his tips. Tell me your tips, Andrew.
He's got a controversies page. Screw the tips.
Look,
Andrew's tips.
Look, I'm reading. Listen, I want to know his tips. He apparently has a younger brother, Michael, who has his own website. Ooh, here we go. I want to see his website too. And if it's in HT, no, it doesn't load. Oh, WordPress, no.
Hotpipes.com is defunct until further notice.
How often do you update your website? It varies, but usually little tweaks, at least once every week or two. Sometimes as often as every day of a given week. Major editions, completely new articles, are usually 3 to 6 months apart, but can be as often as a few weeks apart. If you have a suggestion for new pages, I'm always looking for ideas. Let me know.
Oh, by the way, they're reporting in for Washington. 57 precincts reporting in.
Oh, nice.
Just
whoa, that's a lot of blue out on the Forks. That's unusual.
For everyone out there, if you want to receive a notice,
they don't like mean tweets in Washington, apparently.
No, out on the Forks is new.
Let's see. Oh,
is that the vampire vote, or or maybe the vampires moved out? That's Forks, right?
The vampire. Well, no. So a lot of racers moved out to Port Orchard, which is south of Forks. So that explains that red. But
you said racers?
Yeah, like race car drivers and like
monster
truck drivers and stuff.
Yeah, but wouldn't they be out to get the EPA's trying to kill motorsports? So
south of Forks.
Oh,
is still red.
Oh, okay.
But then the two counties above them, yeah. I know a lot of people retiring and moving out there because there's land, so that makes sense.
Why does bag seasons taste like, or what does bag seasons taste like? It tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken.
Oh my gosh!
According to Andrew Lenz's bagpipe journey.
You've given Greg this like cornucopia of content.
Where's his Twitter? You said there was a Twitter.
No, I was gonna say that he had a very solid and bagpipe journey news Yahoo group, but alas, it does not exist anymore.
Oh.
Apparently, why are these weird answers? Wait, what? Why are these weird answers is a question. And then his answer is because it's 12:44 a.m. and I'm exhausted. Plus, this page is imaginary. I love this. It's not even. I love how he said 12:44. Just not even on the dot.
I don't remember this site years ago, but you say it's been around since 1998.
Oh my goodness. This site is amazing. I would almost star it, but then I would never visit it again. So
this guy has to exist. I gotta find him on Twitter.
How do you spell his last name?
Lenz.
Bagpipe.
Oh my goodness.
He might not have a Twitter.
Does he have a wiki? That would be
I got a photo of him bagpiping.
He have a wiki? I don't think so.
That would be great.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, stream, guy. Invite him on the stream. Talk to the election about us. I don't care who voted for. Talk to us about bagpipes.
Yeah, how does your bagpiping influence who you vote for in your local elections?
Dude, I'd listen.
How would you say bagpipes have affected?
Oh,
how
I
you...
found his sponsors.
Yeah, they're at the bottom of the page, aren't they?
Yeah, I didn't realize it because I see it up top, and I'm like, okay.
And the
can I-
word sponsor is in the like bright blue, like a hyperlink.
Exactly. It looks like a highlighted link, and it doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, here you go. In Wisconsin, Bob Kennedy polling at 5.5 per 0.5%.
Oh, nice. He's beating Jill Stein in Wisconsin.
The Colin,
He's up to 415 against her 426,000. Like, he's gonna beat her. How bad is that? That a guy bails and still beats you.
I'm at the point where I'm so solid Trump has it in the bag. I'm just mesmerized by all this bagpipe talk.
It's 230, 187 on AP according to Google. So what have they called that?
Wait,
you
on what?
have?
What did they call?
What
is AP called?
North Carolina. Why hasn't
Oh,
Fox
you said
called
230. I thought you said 287. I was like,
No, I said
what?
230.
Yeah, you did.
North Carolina, I think, is the big one that Fox doesn't seem to want to call yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fox. Yeah.
Which is funny because AP won't call Virginia. They're still sitting on it.
Nobody's called Virginia yet, but you know it. I know it. I know it in my heart.
I knows it.
I knows it. I feels it in my bones.
I know heartbreak when I know this fickle mistress of Virginia.
Goes straight down to my scrotum.
Deep in my nutsack for nutto.
All right, Emmanuel.
Good night, Emmanuel.
Take care, man.
I just want to, if they can call North Carolina and Georgia and maybe Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's probably not going to get called tonight.
Does New Mexico normally go blue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anybody know a reason why?
Because there's like nobody who lives there.
There's like 6 people out
they
there.
only have the big city. That's all that is there.
It's the 6 people who got so disgusted with Arizona being red that they moved into the middle of nowhere.
I drove from El Paso into Arizona, and we stopped. I know someone who likes to collect those little like we've been here Starbucks mugs, right? For every state they've been in. So we had to like find a Starbucks. Okay. And I'm from a place where you don't find a Starbucks, you avoid the Starbucks. Like I was like, we had to drive so long to get to a Starbucks from the highway. Plus like getting it like through Texas into New Mexico. You go through like a mile of infrared cameras, like scanning to see if you're bringing illegals across or like trafficking women or whatever it is. And like, it feels like you're crossing a border. And I'm like, I went from Texas to New Mexico. I didn't go into Mexico. Like it's kind of a weird place over there.
That's kind of weird. You have to go out of your way to find a Starbucks because you'd think you would just run into it because they're on like every corner, like a wall.
You'd think.
I totally forgot to invite Serranos.
Oh, I can send him a link.
I've got it.
He's probably
just
a
tell him.
boy.
Just tell him to check his DMs.
I like how the election is like the one time that brings out like, I wonder why they think this way. Like for me, and then after it, it's just like I don't care anymore.
There we go.
He was on Leona's stream.
Leon Kennedy.
He wishes. Nah, bolt the word.
Ugh.
Which is like the hardest. One One of the hardest websites to like YouTube pages to find, I swear. Like, I know the guy's channel name, and I type it in, and it doesn't. Google's like, "Did you mean this?" I'm like, "No, I meant the thing I wrote." Oh my gosh, my entire subscription page is all live.
Excuse me. You have a big subscription page.
I don't care if Serrano's on Leon's stream. You leave it. I've got Blaine. Blaine has been MIA on live streams.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, we got proof of life of Blaine over here.
Well, my son was incredibly impressed with the video you made.
Oh,
and you
where
put
I
my-
just clipped faces onto it. The best part about that video is that song doesn't allow you to monetize, but it doesn't remove it from other countries automatically. And then I get the notifications like your video's been blocked in regions, and it doesn't tell you what region until you click through. Russia. That video is blocked in Russia. I'm like, why? Why is the end of Fast and Furious 5 blocked in Russia? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Gemini, you weren't included.
No, he was Han. He's got it right.
Ah.
When Han is in hiding in Tokyo at that time.
Call it. Woo, tighten it up in Georgia. By about 0.01%.
Okay, if Harris wins, does wokeness fade? Is the Sitch and Adam talking point right now?
Wait,
what?
if Harris wins?
Or sorry, if Harris loses.
Does what fade?
If Trump wins, does wokeness fade? I think is what the ultimate question.
Yeah, I mean, it really is going to have to be like that's one of the reasons why. Like, I haven't watched too much, but Dragon Age needs to fail.
That's what I think. I think that just more and more
already.
Media and cultural things need to fail.
No, it's failing. Don't let the IGNs.
Well, I mean, he didn't even have
convince
good
you
numbers at
otherwise.
launch because they said what 70 at max, but that was like the first few hours, and then it was sitting at around 40,000 something.
If you're talking about peak players, like so many other games have already beaten it. Don't
yeah,
look-
like that number isn't even all that great because they were looking at Monster Hunter out that was out,
Yeah,
and a couple
it's-
others, and they were just like blowing them away by.
Yeah, and then you have people like the Golden Stick Awards saying that it's like a ultimate game of the year contender. It's like no.
Dang you, Bob Ferguson. Stupid.
No, it's ridiculous.
Stupid governor.
No, I've been saying like in the video game aspect, I think Ubisoft has pretty much taken the mantle of the company that needs to fail to send the ripple wave to other studios to ultimately pull their head out of their ass and like just make good games.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ubisoft, like, so much backlash for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Is that the one in Japan?
Yeah, where they want an outsider's perspective, so they picked fucking Yasuke, which half of the stuff made up about Yasuke was from Thomas Lockley.
You'd think that like you could just have it be Japanese, and if you want a black assassin, you got Zulu tribes. Like what? Like why?
That's what
How
I'm
is this
thinking.
so
Shaka
hard?
Zulu,
They
do it from Shaka Zulu in Africa and do an Assassin's Creed there.
Well, they
And-
keep.
Do you think it wouldn't sell?
They keep moving the goalposts between the historical accuracy to like, well, it's a historical fiction sort of element, and it's like, okay, Yasuke, the actual historical documents of the dude is not what you guys like. So you're taking all of this made up bullshit from Thomas Lockley and incorporating it into this game. I heard supposedly like this, they actually had a character that was like a monk type character And once the whole George Floyd thing happened, like they scrapped him and said we're going this route instead. Like people have went to the Japanese historical, like the building that has the historical records kept, and they looked up Yasuke, and so little is about him is ridiculous.
Well, I think the problem, like, it's not that there's so little about him. Like Yasuke, when they look him up, they're like, oh, look, he was basically a pet of
Nobunaga.
Yeah, and they're like, that's not the proud black samurai we want him to be.
Exactly. Like they're trying to prop him up of like, oh yeah, he became a samurai.
Wait, are the Japanese racist?
Oh my gosh.
What?
They're more racist against other Asians than they are anything else.
Exactly.
Y'all you don't know xenophobia until you've been to Asia.
It's true, because they all know who's all who. Like people will talk about how it's like, oh, I'm in Japan and like they said no foreigners in this like restaurant. I'm like, no. The sign may say no foreigners, but what they mean is no Chinese. Like you're allowed with your white money to go to this restaurant. But if you show up and you're Chinese, you're not getting a seat. And they know.
And they
can't
know.
Fake it.
You can't tell. They can.
You can tell because the Chinese visitors that come over from mainland China, it's that classic, like they went from like the farm that they lived on in China, got a bunch of money because someone built a factory there, and now their family doesn't know what to do with money, and money doesn't make any sense to them, and they just wander in the middle of the road and just kind of stop and look around at stuff, and you're like, oh my gosh, what are you stupid? Like, well, maybe you need a society class before you come to Japan. Like,
I'm in a xenophobia contest, and my opponent is an Asian. Well, what was that, Johnny Somali or whatever guy?
Yeah, went up to Korea, got his ass beat and thrown in prison.
Is he gonna live?
Yeah, he'll survive. He came out with like some cuts and some stitches.
Yeah,
but,
he'll
like,
survive.
Is he out already?
Yeah.
The last I heard that he had.
I think there's video of him out right now.
Okay.
But the best is like as he's getting arrested, the one of the words for like "Hey you guy."
Oh yeah.
In Korean, is basically the N-word. And so everyone is like pointing and laughing at like, hey, you guy. And he's like handcuffed and like getting arrested. And he's like, you can't say that to me. You can't, don't arrest me. They're like sweat like that's hate. Like he's like shouting that they need to be arrested instead.
Dude.
And like,
Welcome to Asia.
Yeah.
He's gonna be moving his arm like John McCain next time you see him.
Well, it's so crazy because like one of the Korean streamers like found where he was and like followed him a little bit and then just clocks him. It's amazing.
Well, we got updates on Johnny Somali, a crime in
called
Korea.
him Mexico for
Reddit
Harris,
page.
Oh geez, on Reddit. Minnesota is now
sexual harassment charges confirmed. Oh, sorry, Minnesota.
Oh,
Minnesota is up. Harris is up 53 to 43 now in Minnesota with 50%,
they figured out how to
almost
count.
50% precincts.
Oh,
reporting.
I see that. Only 49% though, but
yeah, with almost 70%, Trump 50.8 to 47.7.
Johnny
It's
Somali
still
is facing sexual harassment charges because of him and his friends asking Korean girls if they can perform sexual acts. Streamed live during his broadcast.
I forget who it is, but Somali reminds me of that other kid who goes around and just the kid with the bodyguard that like pisses people off, and when they like confront him, his bodyguard steps in. You know who I'm talking about, Blaine?
No, with a bodyguard.
Yeah, he's pretty much like reminds me of your straight white dudes for Harris kind of guy. And like
so he just walks around with his wife's boyfriend.
Pretty much, but it's a hired bodyguard. And then when someone confronts him for being an obnoxious asshole, like the bodyguard kind of steps in. But then there was this one where he was like messing around with like this lifter or like professional fighter or something. The guy straight up bitch slaps him. Hilarious.
Jimmy here says that Punk crashed a sports car on Kick. So that's the same guy.
Yeah, 11.5 update. A lot of Seoul taxi drivers are aware of Johnny and his actions. There's a common agreement not to give him a ride or to report him to the police. Bro, when you've got the taxi guild like against you, that's like in an RPG when it's just the merchants guild won't sell to you. Like you're screwed. Like
Oh,
you
yeah.
Oh yeah, like you're.
you're
Yes,
done.
Jemineer said it. Jake Doherty.
Oh, that guy who crashed his McLaren.
Yeah, that dude.
Oh,
Okay.
that guy.
Yeah, he like
He's lucky to be alive, is what that guy is.
Well, yeah.
We're not lucky, but he's lucky. You know.
hmm Like I don't get that because to me, like, well, I can kind of get it because you can kind of pick out the place where you want to be an obnoxious asshole, but like. I'm just waiting for the day where he's gonna piss off the one guy and he's just gonna get his clock cleaned.
They just
And I
called
want-
North Carolina on Fox.
Oh yeah.
A new 11.5
Finally.
update on Korea. So you know how like in Korea you're required to join the military for service, right?
Oh, okay, they got conscription.
Yeah, and so like in their conscription, they also have this thing called the UDT. It's basically the Korean like Rangers, basically.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of them just patrolling in Seoul and Gangnam, Songsu, and just looking for him, knocking on doors, just being
Wait.
like, "Hey, where's he at?" So you've just caused an
Wait,
entire
so he
country.
gets out of
young-
jail and they're still looking for him. It's like if you
They aren't
died.
enlisted anymore. These are like like they're just bros now. But they're like, "Oh, when I was in, I was like you know the guy who's like shows up, he's like, I was a paratrooping ranger, you know, I did some like that guy is just walking the streets waiting to find Johnny Somali."
We'll do it. When I was in basic, our chaplain was a ROK Marine, so Republic or Korean Marine.
Mhm.
And he would come out and he was very broken English, like, "You don't think basic training is hard? Basic training not hard." He goes, "You be all right. You come to me, we come put you back in there." And the drill sergeant's like, "Y'all don't want to be where he's been to." He goes, "Where he goes to went to basic training, people actually die.
Yeah.
Like they like you survive that and get trained." He goes, "Here, we want you to graduate. We're trying to get
Their
you
worst
to pass."
enemy is across the minefield, not
It's
across a
still
water.
war zone. Has been a war zone since the 50s.
Oh, and it's wild. My sister actually got to tour it, and it was like this really weird thing where they don't even like face each other. Like they're literally kind of like peeking out from the wall, like guard to guard, like just kind of like peeking out at each other to keep an eye on the other one. It's just, oh, it's so weird.
Spirits.
Oh man, Robert Kennedy overtakes Jill Stein. He's got 500 votes more. It's the Washington vote.
It's like
He's picked
losing
up
to
the
Trump
Washington
twice
vote.
in the same race.
Oh my goodness. Let's go back to founding of the country rules, where we get vice and president that are just 1 and 2 in the race.
What have
See
they
what
not
happens.
called? Oh, they haven't called Maine for Trump on AP. That's why he's behind on that. He's got less.
I'll re-ask the question again. With what we have updated now, you think they'll still be able? You think they could call it tonight or no?
I think if they call Pennsylvania and Georgia, they'll call it tonight.
Yeah. Because I think
Because right now Nevada's the only one that just there, like everyone is, it stays in Vegas apparently. But we got Wisconsin is, pretty red all over. It's not too far apart, but like what is 70,000 people in Wisconsin? That's got to be like half the state almost, right?
It'd be nice if they could just call it.
100,000 in Michigan is the split. $200,000 is the Pennsylvania split right now.
What exactly are they waiting on with Nevada?
Starlink
Ooh.
probably.
Harris campaign is worried that is legitimately worried apparently right now that Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all lost.
They look pretty like what? Why aren't they even talking about Georgia?
I don't know. But part of this might be Fox trying to keep them keep people watching. But they said that where she's not performing where she needs to perform in those states, and he's already ahead. And that's another one of those things where if he's get Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, like he doesn't even need Georgia at that point, I don't think.
No. So he'll lose Minnesota. Like it would be insane if he won that one.
Minnesota.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be if this pulls off though. This isn't a glorious 4 years worth of content.
Be like that Instagram reel of the red parrot.
Let me try. I want to
start
find
playing Fortunate Son.
Yeah.
We're in the casinos.
Let's see, Yoshi's Island. Where's that Yoshi's Island meme?
Oh, jeez. You guys grow up with a Super Nintendo? I grew up with a Sega.
I had a Sega. I had my big games were obviously Sonic 2. Which was the best.
Yeah, I was a Super Nintendo kid.
That's interesting because I know I had a Sega, but I remember playing Sonic, but I also remember not owning it. So I'm wondering if I just got the Sega by itself.
Yeah, I was about to say mine came with Sonic 2. I got Sonic 2. I had Jurassic Park.
Yeah, which I had both. Did you have Rampage Edition?
No, whatever
The OG, the OG one.
The one where you could play as Grant or as the Velociraptor.
It's the same thing with the Rampage Edition, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
that was a
Joe Montana's NFL Football 94. Those, what else? Oh,
Hyperstone Heist.
Jungle Strike, the helicopter game.
Hyperstone Heist, the Turtles in Time equivalent for the Sega.
I didn't play that one.
Ooh, it's a goodie.
Toe Jam and Earl.
I didn't have that one. I had Ghostbusters. I was super happy to know that there was a Ghostbusters game for Sega, and it was good too because I played the Nintendo one and it sucked.
When I had that, then I had that and I played that for a couple of years. And then I got the N64, and that had Mega Man 64, which I really wish. That I think is a good. Was a good game that no one ever talks about. Was Mega Man 64.
I had an N64, but I never got into Mega Man.
It was very much like Mario 64. It was kind of an open
I never played
world.
The Mega Man Legends games. They were. I went to Mega Man NT. That was after the originals.
It was so sad because the first console was a Nintendo, because I remember that, and like it sucked because once the Nintendo crapped out because we had it, because loading it from the side as opposed to the top loader.
Oh, interesting.
It would just go out quicker, and my folks didn't know what to do, where to take it to get it repaired, and we just gave it away, and we gave all our games away. Yeah. I wish we had all the Turtles games, Mario games in the boxes.
I found it.
And all that stuff. Ugh.
Matt, don't forget to add Alaska. That's probably going to be 3 for Trump.
Yeah, I'm seeing Alaska and Hawaii still has a thing. Isn't Hawaii going to be blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaii blue, Alaska red. They kind of cancel each other out, though.
Yeah. Senate, they're projecting the Senate will flip to the Republicans. They just don't know how far yet. They've got at least 51 though.
Here, Stu, share the video.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United
States. Oh, too good. Too good.
I love that meme so much.
know. I feel like did you guys play Yoshi's Island?
I did at the dentist every
no.
time we went because the dentist had a SNES with Yoshi's Island.
No, because I didn't grow up with the SNES. Like I had those. Funny enough, like we had a family, your childhood family friends, where it's like, oh, we like this family.
Yeah.
We should hang out with the kids and stuff like that.
I have that now. My kids have friends that are like that.
Exactly, yeah. We did console swaps. So they had a Super Nintendo, we had a Sega. So whenever we would get to church and we wanted to swap consoles, we would let the other family borrow it and we would play it. And I remember playing Super Mario Brothers, but I never played Yoshi's Island 2. Apparently I poured too much of the Jefferson Creek, but that's okay.
Yeah, Yoshi's Island is a wild game. Like, it's super fun to play, but there's some things about it that just drive me nuts. Like the whole Baby Mario, like there's a time limit to get him back thing, and it never made sense to me why. And I would always lose it.
To me, like, because of the style of Yoshi's Island, like, because I never grew up with it and I never played it, like, to me, it's almost like, really, that's a Super Nintendo game compared to, like, Super Mario World and stuff like that. It's, like, weird. I might play it one of these days.
That would be, I was about to say, that would be a good one for you.
I always try to create that list. It's like I already have a backlog list of games that I have like physically that I need to get through, and it's like you start that where it's like, okay, now I want to make a list of like the classics, which can be interpreted in many ways. So
Joe Rogan's picture right now.
Oh no. Yoshi's Island sounds like a great idea for a HoloLive fan game. Very true. Very true, Jim in here. Just throw that Y on there. I'm slurring, but we're good.
Come on, Kiggins.
Oh, nice. I love the laser eyes for the dog.
Right.
The Coors Light. I don't know.
Yeah, the Harris campaign says get some sleep. Yeah, that's what they told him when the moment she decided she was going to run. Close
This
out tomorrow.
person's
Yeah, that
handle
was
is Turmeric Bay. I didn't vote for the brown-skinned woman just because I am both of those things. Hashtag MAGA. Why does Turmeric Bay make me laugh so much?
That's like the video where they said when your girl sees your screen name and the girl leans over the guy's shoulder while he's playing, she goes, "Conquistador? That's your name? That's your screen name?" And he just starts laughing. Yeah, Fox called Virginia. Put me out of my misery.
Yeah, I see it right now.
Oof.
On
Big
AP,
oof.
on Google.
Oofs all around. Harris is still up 50.78, so almost 51% with 93% in. 81% in. Trump's up 51. Almost 51.5%. Wisconsin, 75% precincts reporting in. He's up 51.9. And we're getting into. They're going to wake up with a concession speech. Somebody was talking about John Podesta coming out and telling everybody to go home. 2016. We all knew what was going on. We all knew what was happening.
Is Amaranth on the Gnome stream? I've been out of YouTube too long. What is going on here?
I was thinking about that. I was like, look at all right, so 2016, and the aftermath of 2016 and all the streaming that went on between Trump and Gamergate and all that. Look at all those guys and where are they now? And so many of them are smoldering heaps of just dumpster fires. Maybe we'll all get popular in the wake of this one, and then 8 years from now we'll all be dead or in jail.
Be a shallow form.
Husk of our former selves.
Yeah, husk of our former selves. Just ugh.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just some other random bimbo redhead. Never mind.
Were you talking about Tim Pool?
No. The gnome is Destiny.
Oh. I mean,
No,
short
gosh.
people are short people. They're all the
Freaking
same.
Destiny. The old cuck.
He's got so many people on his stream, and they're all the people that have been like calling for like it's gonna be a blue landslide.
What a day!
Hilarious. Because even like let's say a bunch of ballots come out and like Harris does win. This ain't a landslide. not in a long shot.
We can get Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's
No, Jimmy, that's the
271.
Gnome. The Gnome is the Keemstar.
Gnome.
But right now, Keemstar is Kill a Keemstar felting RTU, so it's hard to hate that gnome. Kind of like RFK is beating Jill.
Woot woot.
I don't know why. It's so good.
Yeah, if so Trump's at 232. If he gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and
Pennsylvania.
Georgia, he's done. That's done. That's
Yeah,
273. So that means if he gets Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, he doesn't need Georgia.
If he just gets Wisconsin, Michigan.
If he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, he doesn't need Michigan. And this is all assuming that
we could make Nevada blue and he still wins.
Well, don't forget, Matt, that California is going to put a lot of votes on the popular vote as it reports in.
True. They're only at 40%.
Like they
so
called
far.
it, but they haven't added the votes. Oh, they just called Hawaii for Harris.
Shocking.
Oh, he did not really know. Oahu, what have you done to me?
Oh, that's wild. I never think about this, but you know how like the world's a globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I like the latest trip to
The
Japan
sun.
was a surprise for my wife. She thought we were using our like Alaska miles to go to Hawaii, so we flew into Hawaii, but then we jumped on another plane and went to Japan.
Okay, that was what was confusing me about that video that you did. I was like, she's at the airport. Why would she just not assume that you're probably going to Japan? Don't you go there like 6 times a year anyway?
Why didn't she assume that? I don't know, but she actually had guessed it earlier, so I thought she like knew. I was like, did you figure this out? I'm very good at secret keeping, so it's a good thing I'm a trustworthy person. But yeah, so I planned the whole thing, and then we land in Hawaii, and I'm like, oh, all right, let's go. And then we just go right back into the airport. But it's an 8-hour flight from Hawaii to Japan. It's a 9-hour flight from Seattle to Japan. I was like, I should be like at least halfway there. Like, stupid globe.
Oh, that sounds awful. 8 hours?
Globe.
I mean, look at a flat Earth map. I would have been more than halfway there. Why would it take longer?
Dude, that was like the flight back from Iraq was, and we flew commercially. Yes,
I think it's a
Flew commercially
15-hour
from-
flight or a 14-hour flight if you go direct from your international airport, Greg. That's a killer.
No, I
flight.
did.
I just don't know like how you would entertain yourselves. I've seen people who
Dude,
like
you
to
just
have
raw dog it. You just sit there and you stare at a map, and then eventually you're there. What do you mean, entertain yourself? Grow up.
grow
I
up.
remember I flew
Excuse me?
military. I flew military from Yuma to Dover to Rota
Stupid.
to Kuwait to Iraq.
That sounds terrifying.
It was.
Why'd you make so many stops?
I was glad to be in country. I'm like, I'm in a war zone. Thank you. Now
Sounds
let's get this
awful.
aircraft unpacked so I can fly in that.
Could have rode the dome. Yeah, that would have. They just got to launch, just scrape along the dome to get me into Japan.
Like that NASCAR guy.
Yeah, exactly. Chastain.
Oh, how was the F1 race?
So it was Super Formula.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was
Yeah. It was
Formula.
amazing. It was fantastic. The Tom's guy was just completely like he was in a different race. And what's crazy about that is those guys have decently stock vehicles. Like they have two. The chassis are all made by Dallara, so all the chassis are the same. And then the engines are either Toyota or Honda. So like there's not a huge difference between everybody, but once they get going, it's just a night and day difference in quality of driver.
I don't know if this is real, but I just saw a tweet saying Hassan Piker has announced that he's planning to move to Japan.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did pull the PewDiePie card.
I just like the fact that like the picture they use to like
I'm
showcase
sure they'll
like,
love
to,
him over there.
to go along with the picture is like the Pennsylvania picture is like
It's
like,
him looking at the the Kornacki cam of Pennsylvania.
It's like, well, I'm leaving. I expect to see a lot of these posts.
I'll leave to a more racist country.
Ooh, apparently Ted Cruz kept a seat in Texas from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's that beard, man. He still got it?
I'm
He
seeing
looks
someone
creepy without it now.
I'm seeing
Ever
a fellow
since Ted
Texan
grew the
says
beard,
Ted
he's
Cruz
just
in
become
Texas.
unstoppable.
All right, you know what this means, though? This is the last chance for Trump to appoint him to the Supreme Court. If he wins the presidency.
There's someone else has to give up a seat first.
I
Somebody's
just saw a tweet saying, "Has anyone checked on Mark Hamill?" It's like a picture of Mark Hamill just looking like, ooh.
No, somebody needs to check on Ron Perlman.
No, not Perlman.
Yeah, whatever about him.
He's the one with it. Well, what do you think, Donnie? What if I did this, Donnie? Golly, what a absolute letdown.
When you're part of the Hollywood occult, you're gonna be doing some stupid crap.
He was Lord Hood. Hellboy.
We're completely missing out what's really happening. I just sent something in the private chat.
What's the latest on Halo? I heard that I've heard some talk about them moving to Unreal Engine or moving away from Unreal Engine.
Oh yeah, they're doing Unreal Engine 5, and Master Chief straight up just doesn't look like Master Chief.
Oh, Frieza.
We have to remember who's really dominating here.
You know what popped up on my Instagram reels was that girl who talks with the real backwoods accent was
the anime hit girl.
Yeah.
Appalachia.
And Frieza, who's that pedophile who voiced for Frieza?
Damon Mills.
Yeah. Responded to her thing and she was like, "Oh, that's great." And one comment was like, "Doesn't that guy like hit on little boys or something like that?" And the rest was like, "Oh, he's such a great guy." And I'm like, that dude's a pedophile.
Oh yeah, he probably deleted it already, but yeah, his personal Facebook profile had disgusting stuff on it.
4 more years of little Donnie.
And little Donnie. So are they
Lying Dead to Lion Dead? Oh, that's perfect.
So what's the next step for So are they? I guess they're making another Halo, or is this for?
The recent thing is they're experimenting supposedly with Unreal Engine 5 or whichever one's the latest one to then do a bunch of projects that will involve Halo, but it looks terrible.
So Infinite wasn't the. Where's Lofty? Need to grab his ass and bring him in here.
Where's Lofty? So what they're trying to do is because
oh, did he?
Yeah,
me and Lofty got in a huge argument on Blaine's stream over Infinite because I thought it was because I was like, it's not good. It's not. It felt like half a game was released, and you know like it felt like it had a whole bunch of potential and the new weapons and everything. And he was talking about how it was great.
So the hilarious thing is that 434 is gone, and they're simply rebranding it as Halo Studios because they're trying to separate the garbage that's associated with 434. That was the other thing too about that whole thing. And then you can just look up like their testing, or it's weird because they're like, well, you know, we're not using this to base off building like a Halo games or stuff. We're just testing out stuff. And it's like, well, what are you talking about? Like, if you're testing stuff, that means you're planning on doing something with it, you know? It's
you just gonna take Halo out and put something else in? Like, why?
They say they have plenty of these like projects that they're doing, and the new creative director or something is like some woke person. You can simply look up on their LinkedIn and realize where it's gonna go. It's not looking good.
Nice.
Yeah, Halo's pretty much dead, unfortunately.
I liked
New Hampshire and Maine done. Didn't they start first? Like,
yeah, no, they are done. They've been called.
I played all the Halo games, but I never really super got into Halo. I enjoy it, but not as hardcore as like Eric.
Well, you played with me and you heard my routine complaints of why are there new weapons? None of these weapons make sense. They're not good weapons. What happened to the weapons we all liked? And why are the maps so limited and everything?
Well, when people were playing Halo, I was playing something else. Like, I was a Gears person.
Oh, I like Gears.
1 through 3 was good. I stopped giving a crap after 4 and stuff. Although Emergency Day looks pretty good, as long as they don't bastardize it.
The new Space Marine is very good. It's very similar to Gears in some ways, like the over the shoulder view.
Third person over the shoulder.
Third person. You can't mantle, and the cover it doesn't have a cover mechanism in it, or mechanic in it, which I think it's missing. It would be better.
Wait, so you're just going around shooting and hoping?
Yeah, shooting. It's a little mix of Gears and like a Souls style, but it's not like punishingly bad Souls. But it's a lot of timing blocks and going in there. What you call these?
I don't know. 270 to win has 247, 204 Trump Harris right now.
Yeah, Geminir says it right. Yeah, Chief looks like a type 2 diabetic. Yeah, he looks like stupid fat. I don't get what they did to him, but he just looks terrible.
What did you do to the Chief?
Too much bloom.
Like dad bod, and it's like, oh, this is cool. It's like, well, no, because he's a Spartan and he wouldn't let himself get like this. Like,
I don't think he genetically could get like that.
They figured out a way to do it. At least the angle I saw of him. It looks terrible.
It's not the genes, it's the coding. We put a new engine in you, Chief.
Doc, it's my heart. LS swap it.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite memes.
What's worse? The end of Halo 4, you know, the Cortana's last scene with the Chief, or just the state of the Halo franchise right now? And it's sad because it felt like
I think it's probably the stain of the Halo franchise. It's a lot of franchises are being bastardized by all this stupid crap.
Yeah.
The video game industry has been highly infested, and they don't want to make games for people. They want to make games for themselves. It's one big circle jerk, and
so it's the anime voice actor community, basically.
pretty much, yeah. And
It's any insular community.
yeah, they don't care about the franchises. They think a copy and paste method is going to be like make the game successful. Well, we have this franchise, so the main character, just make them female, give them a little bit of feminine features, but mostly that that mansion and all that stuff, and it should sell, right? It's like nope,
Nobody likes it.
nobody likes it, nobody wants
Well,
it, nobody asked for it.
They did close that studio that released Concord.
Yep, Firewalk
Gone.
didn't even last for 2 weeks.
Well, look, so Halo 3 ends.
Oh,
Halo 4 picks up. It's like, okay, we've got a new storyline, and it looks like it's going somewhere. But then Halo 5's like, it's still got some of the elements from 4, but it's kind of attached to it. But I didn't see the story going this way, and it looks like it's very loosely attached to 4. And then 6 or Infinite is even it's like this whole gap is just missing in the story, and you find bits and pieces of it, and it doesn't make sense when you get to the end. And it's not a long story, and it's open world, but it's like a lot of open world games where it's just super repetitive, which isn't something you see in Halo. And so the whole time I'm like, well, what did they do to this?
yeah, I don't know.
Huge disappointment.
Yeah,
Huge
like I said, I'm not super hardcore into Halo, but yeah, it just you'll notice from 2016, ironically, when the bad Orange Man came into play, everything like just being bastardized. Your video game industry, your anime industry, your movie industry, it's
it's like Moon said, it's like you didn't win Gamergate. Gamergate was lost. Nobody, because look at the state of games, and look back and think, yeah, we won that.
I straight up like this gives me Wii, like the Wii, like avatars. That's amazing.
There's no audio, Stu. You want to pull up?
Oh, hang on.
Dude, that is amazing. I love it.
Yeah. No,
because they're trying to figure out a way to where they can incorporate it and get away with it.
Oh,
Ah!
it's so good. It's like a Wario like
I love it.
remake.
I like the serious commentator to the right.
Yep. With this like vaguely Japanese Trump just headbanging.
China. That's what he's saying. China.
That's what our news people should do. Maybe that could at least get more people to tune in. Have little graphics like that.
Ted Cruz race was a huge win. I'm gonna ween.
I'm a ween.
Gonna ween. Come on. Why won't it? There we go. All right, 93 in, 50. 85 in, 50. Almost 51. George is almost 51. 52 with half. 77, 51. All right. I'm going to give it another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to call the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll probably be dipping out
That'll
here.
be 12:30. Give it a good 5.5 hours of working on the thing. We're leaving
Jill
on a
Stein
good note.
took over. Dang it.
Huh?
Jill Stein's up by 3,000 votes right now.
There's still time.
Come on, Nevada. What if RFK just wins Nevada?
That would be hilarious. He wins Nevada, and Harris still loses.
There's some Don that's just like, I need these wins.
Oh gosh, I'm already seeing compilations of people like crying and weeping.
Oh, as soon as I end the stream, I'm gonna go lay on the couch and watch MSNBC.
I'm seeing a bunch of sad people like from CNN footage. Oh man, and then someone says "fuck you."
There's gonna be a lot of laughing.
People has
I told you so. Twitter's gonna be, because I wasn't on Twitter until 2021, so I missed all the
Kirsch. Are you gonna watch Kirsch's coverage? I just retweeted a silly Kirsch tweet.
All I know is I saw that picture of the Donald Trump attempted assassination of Kirsch, and I was like,
"That's the one I just retweeted." Someone's trying to cop a feel in it.
That's what. Unfortunately, that's what I noticed. I was like, "Oh, they're tackling and trying to sneak a feel in."
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you gotta pay the price to save a life.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it. Save that life. Oh my goodness.
I mean, imagine like when that moment happened, everybody's like, "Oh, election's over. Trump won."
I mean,
that's what everyone said, but then it sort of like started to swing back eventually.
Yeah, it did swing back, and then it had to happen again, and then you're like, "Oh, they took another shot at Trump." I was like, but then nobody cares because, like, oh yeah, they already did that once.
I mean, they did. Did they take shots the second time? I thought they just found a guy who wanted to take shots.
He shot, but I don't think he was anywhere near him.
I think he was that the golf course one?
Yeah, that was the golf course one.
Yeah. There was I think that really definitely unfortunately boosted, because obviously you wouldn't want that to happen, but
yeah.
It's pathetic really. And then there's all the crap too. And I was kind of thinking of that too, because I mean, he turned his head perfectly to avoid all that stuff. So definitely the Lord watching over him, so has to be a reason why.
Well, it's like the guy who took the shot is like, man, you're a failure at everything in life. You failed at sneaking up there because everybody saw you. They just didn't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Unless you think there was someone on top
You're
of the
a weirdo
water
in
tower.
life. You had a clear shot. You missed, and then you died.
Well, bam.
Oh, look at this. Look at this guy.
Hi. Yeah, I was hanging with Leon, and I saw your thing after he was done. I was like, "Bitch, just going to bed." Okay, I guess I have to go with somebody else.
Getting ready to. We're gonna shut down in about 10
Oh
minutes.
yeah, that's great.
So
back to
how
back
you feeling?
ending.
I'm feeling good. I mean, I feel exactly the way I felt 2 weeks ago when I said Trump was going to win. It was over. Yeah.
Oh, our Serrano's like, yeah, I called this. I knew it.
Yeah, I literally. I mean, yeah. Here you go. So here's the proof.
That's what we were talking about. We were talking about Halo and how the studio's just going bye-bye. I was like, somebody needs to get Lofty back on here because you were on there when I got in that argument with him.
About Halo.
Blaine, you said he left the internet. What was that all about?
Yeah, he left
just,
in April.
He just
yeah.
took time off. Yeah, he's like, I gotta get away. I gotta not be online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that too.
He was
I think
everywhere.
He's now.
Family stuff, maybe. I don't know.
Good.
I hope he's doing all right.
Yeah.
I'd like a sign of life, but I didn't get his number before he left, so I got nothing.
I figured somebody would have said something because I feel like he knew everybody. He was always around somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I could grapevine my way to just knowing that he's out there, but we'll see.
Yeah. It'd be like, yeah, I told you so.
Paul, it only looks close
Avatar
because
2
the West
sucks.
Coast finally reports, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, Harris, to actually win this,
Paul.
Harris needs to get all three of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Also, yeah, she needs to not lose like Minnesota or something silly like that. I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah.
I mean, a lot of this is her gaining stuff that we knew that she was eventually going to get anyway. Like, you knew she was going to get California. You knew she was going to get Washington. Well, Washington, we were wondering if Jill Stein might win.
God, someday that Green Party.
Maybe. Just keep trying.
Is that what you voted?
voting.
Is that what you voted for, Blaine? You voted for Jill Stein?
No, I only vote for third-party candidates when I think they can get 5%. And right now, Jill Stein is fighting for her life against a guy who dropped out. So, like,
So does what's this? Kennedy have more votes than her?
no,
He
he's
did for a
losing to
bit.
it by 4,000 votes right now.
And that's a change because he was like, hey, Kennedy's up.
He was up by 3,000 a little bit ago, but they both have just over 500,000 votes.
Yeah, you came back from Japan. Was that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back again from Japan. Finally getting some time.
So
Doing a
it's
lot of
over there
writing.
again.
Writing about an hour every day. Trying to get this
About an hour.
manifesto out.
You want to get it done this year?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's coming out
is
this
the
holiday
manifesto
season.
actually going to come out this year?
Yeah, at least episode 1.
Oh, did you?
At least episode 1.
Yeah, at least the first.
The first Ava watched through out of 5.
Yep. Yeah.
So what
I'll
does the
have- I'll-
manifesto entail? Because I've heard about the manifesto. I've heard it mentioned like it's this big deal. But what is the Evangelion manifesto? supposed
The
to be?
manifesto is an explanation of why I, someone who hates rewatching things, feel that Evangelion is the one anime that's worth rewatching time and time again.
I almost think it's.
I was
required
just
to.
talking to Leon on his stream, and he talked about Arcane, and he watched Arcane 3 days. He rewatched it 3 days after he finished it the first time.
What did you
Arcane
miss?
was good.
He was like, I gotta make sure it was good.
I can't remember if it was good or not 30 days ago.
I gotta make sure I wasn't just thinking things.
Definitely interested in this manifesto then, if it's Ava.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be good.
The only anime he actually cares about. Cares about cars. He also cares about Evangelion.
I'm like
The good one.
debating now every day if I watched an episode of MF Ghost or if I just keep writing, and so far I've been writing. So
Just the OG, I'm assuming, not rebuild. Or is it
correct. Yeah, there's
everything? Okay.
I explain why at the beginning, but I'm not a big fan.
Do you
of
cover some
Rebuild.
of the? I'm interested. Do you, unless you don't want to share it until
I can share.
it's ready. Are you going to cover some of like the video game stuff? Because a lot of information got revealed.
Technically, yes.
from like some of
but
the.
I'm probably just gonna say some of this info comes from the games as I
Cool.
go over that.
Yeah, I remember when I kind of stumbled upon that too, of reading about it, where some stuff got explained more from the video games. I
There,
was like,
yeah,
I was like,
most of
dang.
the history of the universe you find in
Mhm.
the video games, not
Yeah.
in the actual series.
the first
but
and Central
There's
Race and stuff.
enough,
Yeah.
yeah, there's enough in the series that you don't need to know
Mhm.
that to understand that something did this. But I do go over some of that content.
Oh, cool. Very cool. You do director's cuts too, or just the original?
Just the original, because the original when it came out on VHS in America was the director's cut.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The original VHS where you got 2 episodes per was a full cut, not a TV cut.
Really?
In like the 90s?
Yep, 1990.
Is that
8?
including like the, like 24?
Okay,
and
that was the one I
25?
saw. Sorry.
Yes.
Wow, I did not know that. That's crazy. Like, cause I have like the, what is it? The platinum edition, like the
Yeah,
box.
so platinum edition is not, which is what's weird about it.
The platinum or the ultimate platinum? Because I have the ones with the director's cuts on it.
Oh, then you have it. Then whichever one you have has it. But
I have the one
remember-
with the box, which each one has their own sleeve that comes with the booklet with all the.
Do you
art.
remember the how like Dragon Ball came out and then
Mhm.
like the orange box came out again and it was like less good than the original
Yep.
release? It's kind of
Yep.
like that. Like the
Yeah.
original VHSs were everything, and there was more than the TV broadcast, and then the
Yeah, I
DVDs
remember that.
had the TV broadcast and
Yeah, because I think my friend, I gave him for his birthday the platinum edition too, but it was just the ones that were like the thin DVD ones in the steel
Mhm.
case. But I went out and got the one that's like the box one with each one with their own sleeve with all the booklets. I even have the iron on Nerve logo
Nice.
and the mouse pad with the movies and stuff.
That's probably beautiful.
I love Ava.
So
Yeah, I didn't
do-
know it actually ever made it to television because it was kind of like I was in middle school. No, I was in high school. I was just learning. I mean, anime was just becoming a thing. Like Dragon Ball was on, Dragon Ball Z was on Toonami, which was brand new to Cartoon Network.
When I say
No.
television, I mean TV in Japan. I don't think it was ever
Okay.
on TV in America.
Well, I mean, all right. So they release these videos in America.
Yep.
And then they release them again, but that it's not the director's cut.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it originally aired in Japan in 96. And then the original, or 95, 96. And then the VHS started to come across in 98. And
Yeah,
the
because
V-
Adult Swim, you can actually find like the little promos commercials at Adult Swim, like Adult Swim way in the beginning. Like there's Ava ones.
There
that I
are Ava
remember.
ones. But yeah, the VHSs came across as like a full director's cut, and then the DVDs came out as a TV cut and then a director's cut.
Mhm.
And then by the time we all finally got a Blu-ray, it was just rebuilds. And I hate those.
Yeah, because I remember watching it and being like, because I was coming from like watching what Toonami had for Dragon Ball Z, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, this show is dark.
Yeah.
Like very dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then
People are dying like very it's I hadn't seen Akira yet. I hadn't seen some of this other stuff.
and then you have like all the coloring stuff from Dragon Ball with their weird coloring.
Well, it's kind of upbeat, even though like, that first scene when what was it, Namek or not Namek, Nappa, just they're just killing people left and right. Obliterates the city, but you don't really see it. It's not as graphic. It doesn't hit you with the same weight as
Mm.
Oh,
this.
I was referring to like the coloring they did too, because when they released a lot of the like stuff on DVD and stuff, like Funimation changed the coloring to
Why?
it to where a lot of it's darker than what it was. I don't know why. And then
Yeah,
speaking of
the two anime I watched before I watched Evangelion were episodes of Speed Racer and
Nice.
a couple of the Guyver OVAs.
Oh, cool. I
Still
remember
haven't seen Guyver.
Still no?
My-
Oh.
I feel like mine was definitely Dragon Ball Z, Ava. I actually remember a lot of Read or Die, the OVAs.
Oh, that's hilarious. I haven't heard that term in forever.
Read or Die.
Oh,
Yeah, Read or Die.
It's a great OVA. I remember.
I just
Dragon
flashed back
Ball.
to my cousin trying to convince me to watch Escaflowne.
Oh man.
Serrano's posting his W's. Just retweet it.
Oh yeah, I put it in the private chat. I just wanted to show you. That's what I was saying. Is like I have the evidence.
I have the evidence. Yeah.
I have the evidence.
He just didn't
call-
send us the I'm calling it now Harris is winning tweet that he also tweeted to cover his bases.
You gotta hedge your bets. All right. Well, we're at it's midnight
kinda
plus
late.
30 here.
So I know it's probably like noon to you guys over there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Old 9:30, I call it.
I'll go to bed in like 5 hours.
All right.
It's 11:30 for me, Central Time.
Greg, thanks for coming on, spending time with us. Blaine, thanks for coming out and making
Coming out of
everybody jealous of
retirement.
my team because I got Blaine on there when he's been MIA. Serranos, yeah. I mean, it was good having you on, I guess.
Well, thanks
I can't
for the
wait,
invite, man.
I can't wait until Blaine's streaming nightly again, so we can.
Well, what anime recommendation do you want? Because I can give you some. Because I watched all the new stuff.
I wanted to ask you because I was asking Blaine about this. Have you watched Requiem yet?
Wait, which
on
one?
Netflix? The Gundam Requiem.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. I doubt I'll watch it. Maybe I can, but
I
It's
didn't
on
know if you
Netflix.
would. No, and I just haven't checked Crunchyroll. Has
I just find
Shangri-La
most
Frontier
things
released their
follow.
new episodes for the?
Yep, it is back. You should watch it.
How was it?
It's good. Yeah, it's basically
Okay.
it's the same. It's basically just a straight continuation. There's
Okay,
there's no difference in quality.
Are you streaming Serranos?
I
You-
streamed to Next Fest like a
You do on the
couple
weekends or
weeks
something?
ago. I think I do. Like if I start picking up like weekly streaming, I'll probably start with like Resident Evil 4. I'm gonna go through back like classic games. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Right. So, yeah. So Serranos, check out his channel. Like I said, Power Keg Greg. If you are still with this chat, which was much more populated when I first put him out there, Power Keg Greg's channel, where he's got a various amount of content that you can check out. But said good conversationalist, always good to have him on. And Blaine's Escape Corner, which is an awesome channel that's on hiatus right now. There is a manifesto.
We're gonna a manifesto
Being
this holiday
released.
season, and we will start streaming again next year.
I think that's a good thing. And that's what I was talking to my son about it. He was like, "Oh, so it's going to be back in January?" He's like, "Well, he doesn't say that. He says in 2025, so that could be in December of 2025."
He's gonna be working on next Ava part. Might take a while.
Stream should resume like January. I can't imagine it going much longer. I might talk to you, Stu, see how long it might take to get back to refine that, but I can't imagine it being longer than January.
We miss it. I know you're missed in streams.
Yeah, I
so-
get like my June, July, and even into August was spent being like, no, I'm alive, everything's okay. I'm like, here's me.
I met him. He's
Here's
doing
me
good.
cooking food. I'm alive. Like, this is the line. This is the line out of my booth that goes past and blocks 3 other booths to try to like they can't get guests because they're all just there for me. So
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't get a
hi,
chance.
Greg.
I didn't get a chance to eat his food because
he didn't even get. Yeah, he had to just drink some ramune from me because the
Ramune is
wait.
really good. The ramune is really good. That was the first time I ever had it. I love it.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm a Sprite guy. I like Sprite, and ramune is basically just better Sprite because
It's bubblegum Sprite.
Yeah, it uses sugar and not corn syrup, so it's better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like also it's like the carbonation seems extremely high, or just like not like extremely, but is higher than a soda because like it's more bubbly. Yeah.
Probably. It's probably the way you
Oh,
open
that's
it.
what I need to do, Blaine. I need to get a good ramen recipe for it. How's the truck doing? Or
The truck itself is still MIA, but like just running the booth has been so much
Working.
easier than a truck and cheaper than a truck, and just everything about running a booth pop up is.
You lost the truck?
No. It's at a contractor getting worked on, but it's the kind of contractor that the triangle of value. I went with cheap and slow, so
That's fine.
yeah, it'll be done when it's done, and I don't care because I'm gonna
As I
sell it as
said,
soon as it's done.
Fast.
you're not gonna use the truck.
I'm not
to-
going to operate the trailer. I'm not going to go from a 10x10 booth that I can kind of stretch out to a 7x10 trailer with a single griddle. That I can't. Like, I'm already slow.
You're
enough.
already using the whole griddles. You're using
Yeah,
the
I'm
double
already
double.
running 2 4-foot griddles just to
Yeah.
keep up with our demand. And to think of going to a single 4-footer would just be insane.
All right. Well, normally I call out all the folks who've been in the stream, but yeah, it's been a long
He's
night.
too
I'm not
tired.
scrolling through
He's
all that.
old.
Oh, Jen, I
Yeah,
didn't know you were in Seattle.
Well,
Missed
Jim,
you.
you're allegedly in Seattle.
Hey, you know what? I'll take alleged Seattleites anytime.
All right. All right. Well, I'm going to close the stream down. Everybody who've watched the stream, thank you. Had a great time. Hopefully, we'll be raising a Trump banner, and then we'll complain about all the things he's doing in the next few years, as opposed to listening to cackling for the next 4 years.
I'll
or
say
so.
the last thing I want to say is, did you see the report that Kamala's team just stopped talking to the press? Yeah.
I mean, is that when they said, "Hey, we just need to go to bed"?
Yeah, that was Fox and CNN. She just stopped talking to them.
Yeah, it's I think that was the kind of take the Joe Biden approach. Just go to sleep. Just fall asleep.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Work for him. All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night, and God bless.
Yes. God bless.
Nighty night.
Take care.
There it is.